Oh boy, we made it. Welcome. Thank you for joining us on the first online edition of NGRome 2020. If you joined us last year in Rome, you probably met several of us, myself, Luciano in Rome, and all the organizers, and you know how much we care about bringing to everyone an amazing show, an amazing Angular conference. This year, as you probably imagine, we're coming online because we are going. Everyone is going remote, but this is not going to stopping us. It's not going to stopping us to still trying to reach out to you, to connect with the community, the Italian community and the international community. I'm Leonardo Zizzamia, and today I'm going to be your host for the rest of the next 5 hours. I'm actually live. It's 5 in the morning right now. I'm live here from San Francisco, and the rest of the team, they're actually stanno dirigendo, they're directing the regia from Rome. And this is truly an international conference because we're not only going to bring some of the Italian sponsor and Italian community to you, but we're going to interconnect with other speakers from all around the world. Today, we're gonna start with Manfred, sharing more about a plugin-based workflow designer with Angular and Module Federation. And we're also going to stop a few times to introduce you to a few of our main sponsors, which something that I want to share with you is this is a free conference. This is a free conference, and we're bringing everyone with paying zero because we really care to share with everyone this new content that all the speakers are going to share with you. And I want to thank all the sponsors that made available for us to actually don't even have a price of $10 or $20, but give for everyone the conference. And we're going to meet Almaviva, which is one of the key sponsors. Then there is Sam with Angular and Technical SEO. And during the course of the conference, we're gonna kind of like do mini break with a live panel, and we're gonna. And something that I advise you is make sure to write your question. We're gonna share the link of Slido on our Twitter account, which is NGRome Conf. So make sure to go on Twitter, make sure to write the question. We're gonna start linking more, we're gonna start tweeting more the official link for Slido, because as we kind of like pre-recorded some of the video of the speaker, all the panel are gonna be live. So yeah, probably someone, including myself, I'm gonna mess up some of the English, but that's fine. And continuing to the rest of the conference, we're going to have Ermanno talking about vanilla iframes and NG components experience with Apple Maps. Yuri is coming back from 2019, bringing this year something for more like bigger team. He's going to share beyond basic scaling development across large teams. Then Nishu, she will share more about Angular libraries with Vita. Jannifer, she's going to do a deep dive on advanced Angular forms. And we're going to conclude with Brian about Angular template type checking and Minko with the closing keynote. So without further ado, let's actually start with the first speaker of today, Manfred. And again, a plugin-based workflow designer with Angular and Module Federation. Enjoy.
Buongiorno amici. I want to start this presentation with a picture, with the picture of a video game. Perhaps you remember this game? It turned 30 this week. It's already 30 years since it was released. And the goal of this point-and-click adventure was to become a pirate. To be more precise, a mighty pirate. Yeah, I think you've already found out the name. It was Monkey Island. It was one of my most favorite adventure games back then. But on my machine, it did not look like this. It did look like that. Because I had a more traditional PC, And you know, when the PC was originally designed, they did not focus on graphics. They focused on serious business topics like spreadsheet or text processing. And also they did not focus on sound and audio. Let me show you how this video game sounded on my machine. Let's click here on my prepared YouTube link. Let's maximize it. Yeah, I think that's enough. As you see, it was an awful sound. This was the integrated PC speaker, as it was called. But my friend Christoph had a better machine. And on his machine, on his PC, it really looked like this. He had all those colors, he had a nice display, and he even had a better sound. Let me click here on this link to show you how it sounded on his machine. Quite a difference, isn't it? So perhaps you're wondering why the very same video game looked differently and sounded differently on two different PCs. And the answer is, as mentioned before, first of all, the PC has been designed for business use cases and not for great audio and video, but it has also been designed for extensibility. Each and every PC had a lot of slots for extension cards. And you could plug in this or that extension card, for instance, a sound blaster, which allowed you to get better audio, or a video adapter for better monitors for getting more colors. And obviously, Christoph had all those extensions. I didn't have it. If you look at those extension slots, they can be seen like something that is consuming an interface if we use terms of computer programming. And the sound card, or in general the extension card, could be seen as something that is implementing an interface. And so you can easily extend an existing system and make it to do new stuff. And this leads to the question I want to answer today. The question I want to answer is how to implement such a plug-in system with Angular. And this boils down to another question, namely how to load separately compiled and deployed source code. Because a plug-in is implemented in isolation. The creator of the application does not know of the plug-in, because that's why it's a plugin. So the plugin is built in isolation, it is compiled separately, deployed over there, and then at runtime your application needs to load it to get new tricks. To demonstrate all of this, I have prepared a tiny example. It is a workflow designer, a plugin based workflow designer. And now I want to show you all of this in action. So let's have a look here. This is my workflow designer. I can click here to add some tasks. And the nice thing is those tasks are not built in. No, those tasks are provided by a plugin deployed at another server. The same holds true for that task and so on and so forth. So to prove you that those tasks come from another origin, I have here this origin started. It's my micro frontend one, which is providing the upload and the download task. And here I have another micro frontend providing the analyze and enrich task. And even if we reload this page and if we press F12, then we will see in the network tab that those tasks are loaded on demand from a different server. And if you look closely here, this is really more than just lazy loading, because here you see this task comes from localhost 3000, or the other task comes from localhost 3001, while my application itself is hosted on localhost 5000. Different origins, different deployments. At runtime, everything is loaded into this shell, into this workflow designer. Yeah. How to implement such a thing is what I want to show you in this presentation. So let's jump a bit to the right location of my slides. Yeah, and this brings me to the contents of this presentation. First of all, I want to show you how you can use module federation for this. Module federation is quite a new feature which comes with Webpack, and Webpack was released some days ago, at least the newest version of Webpack, Webpack 5. Then we will talk about dynamic module federation, which is also something we need for our workflow designer. And then I want to show you how to use this together with Angular. I'm calling this federated Angular. But before we start, let me introduce myself. I am Manfred. I am a trainer and consultant for Angular. I'm doing a lot of workshops, especially remote workshops in times like this. After Corona and before Corona, I also did a lot of in-house workshops and consultancy. And I'm quite connected to the Angular community. I live in Austria, I do a lot of stuff in Germany and sometimes in other countries around the world, which is a bit easier now as everything takes place remotely. Okay, let's get started with the first chapter. Let me tell you a little something about Webpack 5 module federation. The big question module federation is answering is how to load separately compiled code. And perhaps you say now, well, Manfred, that cannot be that difficult. Because, you know, we have this dynamic import statement. It allows us to point to a different origin, and so we can load something from over there. And even before we had the dynamic imports introduced with ECMAScript 2017, we had something like require, and it served a similar purpose. But I'm telling you now, well, this does not work with dynamic import, especially if you use a bundler like Webpack or a bundler like the CLI, which is using Webpack underneath the covers. Because all those bundlers assume that everything is known at compile time. Not at runtime, but at compile time. Everything is used at compile time, everything is compiled at compile time, everything is analyzed and optimized. Think about reshaking. It only works if you have everything in place when compiling, when bundling the solution. And so something like this was not really possible in the past, especially without using dirty tracks. But module federation, which ships with Webpack 5, is changing this. With module federation, you get two roles. The first role is the host. You could also call it the application shell, which is capable of loading other stuff. And the second role is called remote. I also call it the micro frontend. It is one piece of software loaded into your host, loaded into your shell. And then you can configure the shell as well as the micro frontend, the host as well as the remote. You just need some tiny configuration settings like this here. With this setting, I'm saying, hey, this shell can load a remote. I'm calling this remote MFE1, which stands for Micro Frontend 1 here, and it points to another application, and over there, this application is also called MFE1. Over there in this application, I can expose stuff like this component or that component, or even a configured Angular module. Here I'm just exposing a component. In our example, the component is the task component we've added to our workflow design. It gets a public name and of course it has a private name. And then something wonderful happens. Then I can use a dynamic import which is using the both configured names, and so this import points over to this other application, and this allows me to load the component from over there. The best of this is Angular does not even notice that I'm loading something from another application. From Angular perspective, this is just a dynamic import. This is just lazy loading. But Webpack is doing the heavy lifting underneath the covers. Webpack knows about the configuration that it has to grab over there and load something from this different, separately compiled application. So it's really as easy as that. Perhaps you're wondering now how the shell finds out about the URL of the micro frontend. And well, for this you need to know that Webpack is creating a remote entry for the micro frontend. A remote entry which is just a tiny file, just a tiny amount of bytes you should load into your shell. This tiny amount of bytes tells the shell and the Webpack runtime API how to load this very remote. You can load it statically with a script tag, you can load it with a dynamic script tag, and there are even more dynamic ways like leveraging the Webpack runtime API. You find it in your global namespace when your application was built with Webpack. Also, it is possible that we share some libraries. For instance, I could say, hey, let's share Angular core. For this, just configure Angular core on both sides as a shared library. And in this case, Angular core is only loaded once. It is only loaded once and it is shared across all your micro frontends, all your remotes. That's a huge benefit because obviously you don't want to load Angular 10 times when having 10 micro frontends. And as mentioned before, this is really a great deal for micro frontends, which means you have one application that is implemented in isolation, that is implemented separately and loaded into another application on demand. That means different teams can implement different micro frontends, and for the user, everything is loaded into a common shell. Perhaps you say now, well, that seems to be great for real micro frontends, but in our case, we don't even know the plugins upfront, our workflow tasks. We don't even know their number or where they are located. So how can we configure them upfront? And this leads me to the second topic I have prepared for you. This topic is about dynamic module federation. Dynamic module federation means that you don't need to know the remotes upfront like it's the case here. You don't know anything upfront. That's why you go with an empty remote section in your host. But at runtime, you can leverage a convenience function like this. I've called it load remote module, and this convenience function gets everything you need to know to load this or that plugin. The remote entry point pointing to this remote here, the remote's name pointing over there, and the exposed module, in our case, one more time, it's the component. So this is, as mentioned, a convenience function. I've implemented it by hand, but at the end of the day, it is just leveraging the Webpack runtime API. It's not that a nice API, it's more of a low-level API. That's why I've wrapped it with this convenience function. And so it's really possible to start the host, to load some metadata from the server, telling you where to find this or that plugin, and then on demand you can load the plugins using this mechanism. Nice. So now the big question is how to integrate all of this into Angular. Because in Angular we have the Angular CLI. Normally we don't deal directly with Webpack. And also for this I have an answer for you. So if you assume you have the CLI here, you know underneath the covers the CLI is using Webpack. But normally, and most of the time that's good, the Angular CLI shields Webpack from us. That means we don't face the complexity of Webpack. We just do ng serve or ng build, and the CLI is doing the right things for us with Webpack behind the covers. But now we want to influence Webpack behind the covers because we have a module federation configuration and somehow we need to find a way to squeeze this configuration into the Webpack configuration created by the CLI. And this can be done. Since the CLI 6, we have this concept of custom builders. So everything we need to do is to build a custom builder, which is tweaking the Webpack instance underneath the covers a bit. And besides that, it can delegate to the traditional logic of the Angular CLI, to the default builder logic. Of course, you could write such a custom builder by hand, but I've already done this. I've published such a builder under the name Angular Architects Module Federation. And it does 3 things for you. First of all, it generates the skeleton of a module federation configuration. That means you don't need to learn this configuration by heart. You don't need to copy paste it all the time. You get your skeleton into your application. Then it installs a custom builder which enables module federation, which squeezes this configuration into the Webpack config used by the CLI. And also, and this is a tiny add-on, it assigns a new board to your project so that you can serve several projects side by side, which is what you generally need when going with plugins. So you can download this solution and just use it, or you can fork it or write your own solution. It is really up to you. How can you use this solution? Well, it is not that difficult to be used because I'm using schematics. Just ng-edit, then adjust the generated configuration and then serve your application. When ng-adding it, it is asking you 1 or 2 questions. You can answer it on the prompt and the rest is generated for you. It's really that simple. Okay, let me show you how all those looks in practice. For this, I'm switching to my VS Code, and here I have already loaded the source code of my workflow solution. What we see here is the configuration for the shell. No, what we see here is the configuration for the shell. What we see here is the configuration for a plugin. And this is not a big holistic Webpack configuration. No, this is just a partial Webpack configuration. It only consists of things we need for module federation. So you don't need to worry that you have to configure all those Webpack stuff by hand. No, the Angular CLI is still doing it for you. What you need to do here is just to configure the aspects for module federation, which boils down mainly to this plugin here, the module federation plugin, which gives the plugin, our plugin with workflow tasks a name. We are also defining the name of the remote entry, holding all the metadata for the shell so that the shell knows how to load the plugin. And here we have the most important section, the exposer section. Here I'm exporting this component under the name download and that component under the name upload. And to prevent that Angular is loaded twice or several times, I'm saying, hey, this plugin is sharing Angular core and the other stuff with the other plugins and of course with the shell. So this is what we need to configure the plugins, to configure the remote. If we have a look into the shell, into the host, we also see that the module federation plugin has been configured, but we don't have set up any remotes upfront because we need to do dynamic module federation. We don't know everything upfront, and so here the remotes section is empty. But I'm defining that I want to share Angular core and the other stuff with the other instances. Then my shell has a lookup service. Normally, this lookup service would do, let's say, an HTTP call to get informed about the configured plugins. Here it is more hard-coded. Here it is styling our application in a hard-coded way that we can find the download task at this remote. The remote entry is located here at localhost 3000, and it is exposing the download task under this name. This name here points to a TypeScript file, and the TypeScript file, one more time, is exporting this download component. Yeah, and I'm doing the same with all the other plugins, like with the update plugin, which also comes from localhost 3000, but also with analyze and enrich, which comes from 3001. As mentioned, normally you would load this data dynamically at runtime from this or that configuration. Here it's hard-coded. Then I've also created something I'm calling the federation utils, and those federation utils just provide a method called load remote entry. And load remote entry gets an configuration setting, I'm calling it options here, from the lookup service and loads this very task, this very plugin. I'm not showing you the full source code of it. You can look up it afterwards. It is a bit crud. It is using the lower level Webpack runtime API. And as each and every runtime API, it is really not that easy to be used, but you don't need to use it directly. Just wrap it into a helper function. The looked up information goes into it, and the dynamically loaded component comes out. Now I want to show you how to use everything together within my workflow designer, and for this I'm showing you my proxy component. Every time the workflow designer adds a new task, it is in real adding this plugin proxy. And this plugin proxy only has a placeholder. In this case, it's an ng container marked with the name placeholder. And also, it gets all the plugin options from the lookup service using an input. And now this proxy has the task of loading the real task and displaying the real task in this placeholder. As you see here, I'm getting hold of my placeholder by using a view chart. And also, I'm getting injected some internal stuff, some Angular internal stuff I need here for technical reasons, namely the injector and the component factory resolver. And then every time the input changes, every time the host tells me about another plugin to display, I'm performing this code here. I'm clearing the current placeholder, and then I'm using my convenience function to load the plugin in question. I'm passing all the data I've received, and then I'm getting back a TypeScript file, a TypeScript module to be more precise. As you know, each and every TypeScript module can have several exports, and here I'm grabbing the real export. This is here something like saying, hey, please give me from the TypeScript module the component that is called download component, but just in a more dynamic fashion. Then I have my component, and for technical reasons, I need to look up a factory for it. That's why I need the injected component factory resolver. When you remember it, I've injected it into my constructor. This comes from Angular, and the predecessor of Ivy really needed factories. Now factories are not a big topic anymore, but to be backwards compatible with the predecessor of Ivy, we still have this aspect in Angular's API. I guess it will vanish in one of the further versions of Angular. Okay, after we've looked up this factory, we can say, hey, view container placeholder, please create a new component, and here we are passing the factory for this component. I'm also passing the current injector so that this component is connected to the dependency injection mechanism of Angular. Well, and that's it. After performing those 4 lines of code, my plugin, my component appears within the view container, which is one more time the placeholder on my page. And as shown before, this really allows us to load stuff on demand into our workflow designer. Quite flexible, if you ask me. Perhaps you're saying now, well, Manfred, that is really awesome. When can I have it? Well, honestly, Webpack 5 and Module Federation can be used immediately. It has been released at the beginning of October 2020. But the Angular CLI must support Webpack 5 too. The current beta version of the CLI already allows you to opt in into Webpack 5. By default, it is using Webpack 4 and it works better currently with Webpack 4, but you can opt into Webpack 5. If you want to find out how this works, please look up the README of my plugin. I've described it there. The thing is, currently Webpack 5 is not perfectly supported by the CLI beta. And so it is more for playing around with it and for getting a feeling how it will work. But hopefully, when CLI ships in late fall 2020, CLI 11, then we will have a sound support for Webpack 5. So the future is near, and it looks good that we can at least opt in to Webpack 5 when we get a final release of the CLI 11. I think it will be there in late November, perhaps early December. At least in the last years it was around that. Okay, so the future is really near. We can start prototyping now, and in some months, hopefully, we can use this also in production. If you like this presentation, then perhaps you will also like my free ebook. You can download it here at angulararchitects.io/book. It contains a lot of stuff about micro frontends and module federation, also a lot of stuff about other topics for enterprise Angular. Okay, let's come to a conclusion. We've seen several things in this short presentation. We've seen that module federation is the new cool kit, and that module federation allows us to load separately compiled, developed and deployed source code. We've looked into dynamic federation, which allows you to load stuff you did not ever know at compile time. We've looked into micro frontends. We've seen that this is a big deal for creating micro frontends. So you can scale your teams. One team is implementing this application, the other team is implementing that application. They can work separately without influencing each other. And at runtime, everything is loaded into a shell so that the user gets the feeling that they have an integrated solution. But you can also use it for plugins, like I have done in my demonstration. And we have seen for Angular CLI support, you need a custom builder nowadays. I've written such a custom builder. If you want, you can take it. And there is a last thing I want to show you, and I really want you to remember all the time. Please make your applications look a bit like Monkey Island and the traditional PC. Make your applications extensible. Cool. So here you have my contact data. I have already uploaded all my material to my blog. You can download it there, the slides and the examples. And if you want, please follow me on Twitter or on Facebook so that we can keep a bit in contact. Thanks for having me and have a nice day. Mille grazie.
Well, grazie mille to Manfred as well. Welcome back. We are actually continuing now to get to know more some of our sponsor. Our first sponsor that we're going to introduce is Almaviva Digital Tech. They joined us for the first time here in 2020. The way they get to own us was actually from last year. Last year, when we ran the conference, one of the attendees he actually was very curious on how the organization behind the conference worked, and he joined us for happy hour after the end of the conference, and we were able to show him how this conference, as I shared before, it's completely free. Also, because we mostly do this for fun. We are running this conference just because we want to help the Italian community to connect with international speakers, and our goal as a organizer is just to bring a good show for you and making sure that we can help company to connect with speakers with the audience, and just kind of like get people closer together, especially in those times where everyone is remote. But without further ado, let's introduce and let's learn a little bit more about Almaviva Digital Tech. Enjoy.
Buongiorno a tutti, sono Sergio Nicodemo, Chief Operating Officer di Almaviva Digital Tech. Almaviva Digital Tech è il Digital Innovation Hub del gruppo Almaviva, storico system integrator, protagonista del percorso di digital transformation del nostro paese, grazie alla sua storica presenza nel mercato di pubblica amministrazione italiana. Innanzitutto volevo ringraziare i colleghi di NGRome per l'entusiasmo e la passione mostrata nell'organizzazione di questo bellissimo evento. Oggi avremo l'opportunità di ascoltarvi, di ascoltare molti interventi volti ad illustrarci l'evoluzione di una tecnologia come Angular. Il contributo che Almaviva Digital Tech vuole dare a questo evento è duplice. Da un lato, il collega Luca Leone vi rappresenterà l'applicabilità di una tecnologia come Angular in un contesto molto complesso come un cliente di pubblica amministrazione italiana. Complessità che non risiede solo nella complessità dell'architettura tecnologica di riferimento, ma risiede soprattutto nella piena comprensione e consapevolezza del dominio funzionale dove questa tecnologia verrà implementata. Ecco, questo è l'altro obiettivo che vorremmo raggiungere oggi con voi, farvi capire come un'intera azienda, Almaviva Digital Tech, è stata fondata sull'idea che per creare innovazione c'è sempre più bisogno di una contaminazione ricorrente e reciproca tra mercati, domini e tecnologie. È ovvio che è diverso implementare una tecnologia come Angular in un contesto di un grande ministero piuttosto che in una banca, piuttosto che in un comune o un ASL. Ecco, l'approccio cambierà, l'approccio al progetto, l'approccio di implementazione cambierà. Ed è proprio questo mantra di contaminazione tra mercati, domini e tecnologia che ha guidato anche il nostro modello organizzativo, tramite la creazione di un'area di mercato. I nostri service line manager sono risorse che vivono presso i nostri clienti con l'obiettivo di presidiare costantemente l'evoluzione dei trend dei domini funzionali di riferimento dei nostri clienti, per poi guidare la nostra strategia tecnologica e guidarla in maniera pull, quindi rispondendo alle esigenze di mercato, ma anche in maniera push, quindi proponendo soluzioni innovative. E lo facciamo tramite il nostro Center of Excellence e Solutioning e tramite la nostra Digital Foundry, che già dal nome dà l'accezione di Almaviva Digital Tech non un delivery center tradizionale, ma una vera e propria fonderia, capace di percepire le esigenze dei nostri clienti, costruire soluzioni tailored sui fabbisogni dei nostri clienti e plasmarle e svilupparle adeguatamente. Come dicevo, questo mantra ci ha accompagnato sin dalle origini. Almaviva Digital Tech nasce a Napoli ad ottobre del 2017 e nasce con l'obiettivo non solo di capire, come prima raccontato, le esigenze dei nostri clienti, ma per capire anche quali erano le esigenze dei nostri talenti, capire quali erano le aspirazioni dei nostri talenti, e quindi abbiamo strutturato un rapporto stabile e duraturo con le università del territorio che ospitano i nostri talenti, e ci siamo confrontati con realtà come l'Apple Developer Academy, che abbiamo avuto la fortuna di avere nella nostra regione Campania. Contenti di questo modello, l'abbiamo esportato in giro per l'Italia. Oggi Almaviva Digital Tech è presente a Palermo, a Cagliari, a Bari e a Marghera, e l'abbiamo fatto tramite rapporti strutturati con le università, quindi non solo una presenza rappresentata da workshop per farci conoscere e per far conoscere a noi i talenti presenti nell'università, ma anche tramite degli spin-off verticali tematici per tecnologia e dominio. Tutto questo ci ha portato oggi ad essere 310 persone. Questa è una fotografia a giugno del 2020, Quello che volevo raccontare di questa slide è l'eterogeneità dei profili delle nostre risorse. Proprio per la vision che ci ha accompagnato sin dalle origini, noi abbiamo bisogno non solo di developer junior e senior, ma anche di persone capaci di governare i nostri clienti, di governare i nostri progetti e soprattutto di specializzarsi su quei domini funzionali di riferimento tramite le figure che noi chiamiamo subject matter expert. Ecco, potevamo fermarci qui, ma in realtà abbiamo capito che non basta questa simbiosi col territorio, questo merge tra tecnologia e dominio, serve aprirsi all'esterno. E quindi serve che le nostre risorse, i nostri talenti si confrontino con gruppi di innovatori locali, start-up, università e ricerca. E solo tramite un adeguato mix di competenze tra tutte queste realtà che si potrà creare realmente innovazione. Ringrazio ancora gli organizzatori di NGRome, tutti i partecipanti a questo evento e vi lascio con una piccola nota. I sottotitoli in inglese in sovraimpressione sono stati creati tramite un nostro tool proprietario di Real Time Translation, Speech to Text, Text to Speech, della nostra società del gruppo Per Voice. Grazie ancora e lascio la parola al collega Luca Leone.
Thank you, Sergio. Hello, NGRome. I am Luca Leone, Senior Software Engineer at Almaviva Digital Tech. Developers at Digital Tech are used to deal with cutting-edge technologies to provide enterprise large-scale solutions for organizations across all industries and the public administration. Today, I will introduce a case study made Digital Tech. In other words, an hyper-scalable and maintainable platform based either on microservice or micro-frontend architecture for the Italian Ministry of Economy and Finance. Platform named Nupia is reached by 7 million of users every year. Public employees already use Nupia to download their own payslip, manage vacations, and time off. This project is also aimed to provide full and real-time data about the process of the public administration to the political and administrative members, helping them to have a clear outlook about the current situation. The Nupia new platform is under development by 3 system integrators in a temporary grouping of company. Today, we are used to deal with the microservice architecture and only some time about microfrontend. The main goal for a microfrontend architecture is to decouple a big single web app in several smaller and specialized applications. In this way, we can develop each software business area independently from the others. In addition, every front-end has their own code repository and continuous delivery and integration pipeline. In a nutshell, the delivery and development process for every front-end are autonomous. So, when you decide to build something with the micro front-end architecture, it's important to keep in mind that every micro app needs a consistent look and feel. To achieve the goal, we build a shared component library in according to the project style guide. Library is made available with an npm proxy registry called Verdace, and components are well documented with the case uses and example. However, the greatest challenge we faced was to build an app to compose several front-end with only one container and making them cooperate with zero rework or code addition for every existing front-end project. In addition, also CSS and JS collision had to be avoided. These technological challenges were solved building a single-page application based on web components. As you know, web components are a set of web platform API that allow us to create new custom and reusable HTML tags. They are based on 4 main specifications, which are custom element, shadow DOM, ES module, and HTML template. Shadow DOM especially gave us the solution to encapsulate HTML and CSS code, avoiding collision with the assets of other applications. However, Shadow DOM does not provide any navigation context, and because of its nature of document fragment, a complex framework as Angular cannot be bootstrapped natively with it due to the missing DOM's API. So, to overcome this trouble, we developed a sandboxed environment, which replaces the browser object model, providing all the missing API to the document fragment. All these features are made available with a configurable class decorator called microfrontend, which transforms every web component in a full microfrontend tag. To fetch single-page file application file, microfrontend decorator has an host attribute, which value is the location of the NGINX reverse proxy configuration file. So, if you are interested to know more about this technology or how we work in Almaviva, do not hesitate to write me or to my colleagues. Thanks for watching.
And now we are continuing with talking about SEO. This is actually a topic I'm really close about it. I work a lot on like how to grow the audience and how to kind of like, it's not just about connecting with like your first customer, but how can you grow your customer base and your audience through like a good technical SEO. So Sam is going to share more about some of the technical part. And please, make sure to go to Slido. We post the link on our Twitter account, which is NGRome Conf. And if you have any question, we're going to ask this question live. After Sam talk, we're going to have a live panel with Almaviva, with Sam, and with Manfred. And we're going to ask all the questions that are on Slido during this live panel. Oh, and before I forget, Almaviva is a company that, as you've seen, they are actively hiring. So if you're curious to get to know them, just make sure to both tweet to Luca Leone, which is the speaker that is going to join us to Almaviva, to the panel, or just simply go to their website and mention that you learn about them during the conference and you would like to start a conversation with them. Doesn't matter if you're a junior engineer or a senior engineer, they're looking to connect more with the broader community and with the international engineers. But without further ado, let's move on with Sam and Angular and technical SEO. Enjoy. Let's see if in Rome they are sending the video. Okay, seems like we have some issues.
Hi everybody, welcome and thanks for joining my talk on Angular and technical SEO. Thanks a lot to the NGRome team for the invitation and organization of this awesome online event. I hope you will be able to sharpen your Angular knowledge a lot today. Let me start with a short story. Imagine you are coding like a ninja, and together with an awesome team you have been working on a big project for a long time. Finally, the end is near and the big release is coming. But suddenly, a wild SEO expert working on your project appears. He should have appeared much earlier, somewhere in the project's early phases, but hey, project management is not on our plate for today. He basically tells you that the application is working super nice. It works really well. So, good job. But the link previews look a little bit weird when pages are shared on social media and most of its content can be found on Google or Bing or any other search engine. So, what a bummer, and we should have thought about this much earlier. So the big question for today is, how can we as Angular developers help SEO experts to reach their goals? Let's find the answers. There are plenty of things that can boost or break down the SEO goals of your website or application. For today, let's focus on 5 things that we as Angular developers and architects can do to help reach the goals of the SEO experts. The first and the most low-level thing that we can do is write proper semantic HTML. And by doing that, we can adhere to a low text-to-code ratio. We can provide functionality to dynamically update the title, meta tags, and other relevant tags. we can implement features that enable rich search results by using, for example, RDFA, microdata, or JSON-LD. We can enable perfect crawling accessibility, which is a crucial step for SEO. And in general, we can and we should always provide a great experience to our users. But first, all these concepts will be explained on a high level, and they are only intended to give you a head start when researching for yourself. So if you have a specific and detailed question about any of these concepts, please feel free to post them in the chat. I will be happy to answer them after the talk or in the QA if I can. Second, all these concepts are explained based on Angular code samples. So the concepts also apply on each other framework, like React or Vue. And the only thing that differs is the technical details in each framework on how to achieve the same result. Who am I? My name is Sam and I'm a freelance software engineer. I am the co-organizer of the Belgian Angular conference NGBE and the Angular Belgium meetup group. And today I am very happy to serve our Angular community as a GDE. If you want to know more about me or read my articles, please feel free to check out my website. So, the first concept, semantic HTML. Semantic HTML is important because proper usage of HTML code gives meaning to the text content. For example, when we use H1, H2, up till H6, our browser knows that this is a title. But also search engines and other crawlers or screen readers know how to handle this piece of information. The same is true for other elements like lists or images or forms or figures with a caption. The question to always ask yourself when you're coding HTML is, what elements best describe or represent the data that I'm going to populate in my HTML code? And if you're not sure, you should take a deep dive into the semantic HTML topic. Or you could always ask your favorite SEO expert. He should in any case be able to help you out and provide more instructions. Now, semantics, they can not only be applied on HTML, but also on other code like JavaScript or CSS. And this part on CSS and JavaScript is not super important for SEO, but I just wanted to mention it. In CSS, for example, consider styling a list with list items representing different types of fruits. Would you know what part of the DOM is being selected when you use the selector div ul.li, or would it be easier if you used a clause called fruits_item? In JavaScript as well, consider a function that takes a string parameter and returns a list item with that string as its text content. Would you need to look at the code to understand what this function is doing if it was called build peach or create list item with content peach? Think about it. It's all about being descriptive and giving meaning to your code. Don't worry about giving long names to your variables or function names, or that it might perhaps make your bundle size bigger. Those long variable names and other code, like for example that code, will get minified away in the end after all. So it doesn't matter. For more details on semantics on the web, I happily refer you to this great resource on the Mozilla Developer Network. So, normally all text content on our pages can be embraced by the correct, appropriate HTML tag that has a semantic value, like the H tags or list items or paragraphs that we mentioned before. And this guards us from the overuse of, for example, divs and spans. The overuse of divs and spans, this kind of diseases like divitis and spanitis, they have been described for many years already, and they are very common and widespread all over the internet. So, if you find many divs wrapped in other and surrounding text but without a very clear reason, you could probably think about refactoring it. There's almost always a logical refactor possible. But when you're doing perhaps fancy position tricks or having special markup, that might require a lot of divs or other elements, so you always need to assess your case carefully. It might not always be possible to refactor it. But as you can see in the code sample on the right, we refactored a list of fruits that were first implemented using divs to their semantic alternative, using a clearly defined list with list items. So when we use proper semantic HTML, our text-to-code ratio should also drop, meaning that we will need less bytes of HTML tags compared to the amount of bytes representing the actual text content. And this ratio indicates search engines that the page contains a decent amount of text content that should be indexed. If we compare the two options of our previous example, we clearly see that the amount of HTML tags is much less if we use a proper semantic HTML tags. Again, if you're unsure about how to achieve a good text-to-code ratio for your specific case, and if it's an important SEO factor in your case, you should always get in touch with your favorite SEO expert. So this is a very basic example, but it's a typical code snippet that I see coming out of code reviews. And it's because we can't use more than one structural directive on an element. The ngIf is applied on a div surrounding the element that has the ng-for applied. But this will add a surrounding div if the feature is enabled. By using ngContainerElement, we can avoid adding extra code to our HTML. So surrounding the content with the ngContainerElement and putting the condition on that ngContainerElement will not result in any extra HTML code. The next important topic is title, meta, and other tags on our pages. So setting the title and meta tags are very important for SEO and the sharing capability of your application on social networks. In most cases, the actual title of your page will be used in the search results of search engines. So your application should always be able to set a unique title for each page. Next to that, many, if not all, social media platforms allow you to share content on your feed. So if you want the platform to generate a preview of the URL that you are sharing, that page needs to implement the correct meta tags for those specific platforms. And what you see here is the required code to make everything work properly for the title on search engines like Google or Bing, and social networks like Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn. The title and meta service provided by Angular are very easy to use helper services for this. So another thing that you should take away from this code snippet is that each platform uses different implementation and rules. Twitter, for example, requires a meta tag with a name attribute and a specific Twitter prefixed value. But Facebook is following the Open Graph protocol, and it requires the property attribute with the OG prefixed value. Some other platforms, like for example LinkedIn, are also following the Open Graph protocol, but each social media network could implement its own requirement. So always check your own need for your project. There are other important tags that could be implemented in the page for SEO purposes. One is the canonical link or URL, and that URL denotes the single source of truth of the loaded content. Other important tags are those for the potential alternative pages, like for example alternative languages of the shown content. And these are the two most significant examples. And setting these specific elements in the head can be easily achieved by using the document utility service that wraps around the document global object and exposes its API. As always, your project will have its own specific needs, so please check with your SEO expert. But in any case, the title and meta services plus the document should normally be enough to implement all your specific technical requirements. And there are, of course, several community plugins available that will do the job for you, if you at least implement them correctly. Just search for Angular SEO on NPM and you will find plenty of relevant packages, including NGX SEO, which is a library that I made. And in many cases, you will want to build your own library because your logic will depend on the needs of your specific project. So please be inspired by the open source code, like for example my package, to set up your own version of the implementation. Next, you might have already seen these kind of rich search results in Google search. And these snippets of extra relevant data to the search results are provided by structured data that is added on top of the normal text content that is extracted from your pages. So for the first result, for the first example, we get a related list of frequently asked questions. We can open up each question to see the answer. On the second result, we get a rating score and a price range of an hotel that was part of the search results. There are 3 potential ways of adding structured data to your application. The first one is RDFA. And RDFA is short for Resource Description Framework in Attributes. And RDFA is an official W3C recommendation that can be used to set structured data using attributes on elements in any XML-based markup language. In our case, that's HTML. The second one, microdata, is an alternative to RDFA, and it's quite similar. But compared to RDFA, microdata can only be used on HTML code. Then the last, but surely and definitely not least, is JSON linked data. And JSON linked data is the more modern, data-driven and recommended approach by Google. The structured data can be outputted as JSON compared to adding it to the attributes of each relevant HTML element, which you had to do with RDFA or microdata, and that of course means a lot more coding and maintenance work. But the thing to remember here is that in the end they all provide the same result. And why is that? Because they're all based on a specific scheme defined in a library of schemes. Schema.org is one of those libraries, and Schema.org is, as far as I know, the most widely adopted. It's the one that I've been using in all the projects. And this library describes, for example, an entity named person. And for each entities, it provides examples on how to build a markup or data structures that will enrich your code for these type of entities. Let's take the example of George Bush, a public person that is shown on the website. He's the former president of the USA, and what you can read here is the description of who he was. We will implement this example description of a public person using RDFA, microdata, and JSON-LD. To enable RDFA in your Angular templates, you only need to add the specific attributes to your code. There's nothing more to it. The same is true for microdata, and the only difference here are the attributes. And to enable it in your Angular templates, you only need to add those specific attributes to your HTML code. And this example is an example on how you would add the dynamic data to the microdata HTML code block. So really nothing fancy, just typical outputting of data in your components view. The JSON-LD structure will probably be more appealing to you as a developer, because in fact it's just serializing a JSON object into your HTML and boom, you are done. The backend or CMS could be responsible for generating this structure, and you as a front-end developer just have to fetch it and print it out. But how do we get this snippet outputted in our code? How do we print it out in our HTML? Do we have a service for that, perhaps provided by Angular? Well, I can tell you that there is not, but it's no rocket science to code it ourselves. Basically, this service is all you need to get started with outputting JSON-LD in your pages. The service only requires you to have the object with the data available, and it's up to you or your team to implement the business logic to get this right. The code is heavily based on, and it's practically the same as the code for setting the canonical URL in the head of the page. We have a helper function, setData, that takes a JSON-LD object or even an array of JSON-LD objects. This function injects the data by first checking if there was already a script container available and updating or inserting it into the document's head. Then, one of the most important enablers is of course crawling accessibility. So, if you're not doing anything fancy with your static server setup, with for example a custom robots.txt file, or you actively block search engines from indexing your application using, for example, server-side configured headers, crawlers should normally always see a result coming from your server that looks like the screenshot on the left. And what you see there is the auto-generated index.html file that gets served for every route of your Angular application. But it does not contain any content. Why is that? Because typically the browser is responsible for generating and building up the pages for JavaScript-heavy applications like with Angular. They are, in this case, client-side rendered. And while some crawlers, like for example the new and updated evergreen Googlebot, are able to render the full pages to some extent, many others are not, and they need a little bit of help. And for them, we need to enable server-side rendering or pre-rendering. And the difference here is, if you compare both screenshots, is that on the right side, we have all the content of our rendered pages available from the server. There are currently two notable options for server-side and pre-rendering of our Angular applications. And those two options are Angular Universal and Scully. For the first one, Universal, will enable server-side rendering and pre-rendering. It's best used with highly volatile and dynamic content and where an application has a lot of dynamic pages. And with a lot of dynamic pages, I mean in the order of 10,000 and more. But of course, you can also use it with a low amount of pages. The downside to Universal, if you can call it a downside, is that it requires more strict coding principles. But if you do it right, the result can be very, very fast. Scully enables pre-rendering, but it's not really fitted for SSR, so it's not really fitted for server-side rendering. The upside is that it can be used with any Angular application using any third-party libraries. And compared to Universal, it does not require a very strict coding principles. The related downside is that it can be relatively slow while rendering the pages. So Scully is best used for low volatile and dynamic content with limited amount of pages. Why is that? Because every time that the content of our pages change, we need to rebuild, re-render them, and redeploy them to our static web server. If you want to know more about and read more about Scully or Universal choice, you can check out my blog for several articles about Scully, Universal, and their related SEO topics. I do a deep dive on most important differences between Scully and Universal, and that will allow you to make your own educated choice. Now, for some pro tips while doing server-side generating or pre-rendering, and the first one is one that I learned the hard way by a lot of trial and erroring, and that mainly due to the lack of documentation. So when you're doing server-side rendering or pre-rendering, you might be tempted to minify the HTML output of that rendering. And this is a good thing, because it will save your visitors even more bytes when they load your pages. And less bytes is in its turn is very good for SEO. But please be careful and do not over-minify your output, because not all crawlers are as smart in understanding the output. The browser might understand it, because the browser is by design very forgiving. It will fix some errors for you, but other clients will require a very strict and full HTML tree to be able to parse all the content. And as you can see in this example, with the LinkedIn Post Inspector, I checked my own homepage, samvloeberghs.be, and LinkedIn was not able to find the meta tags in the HTML output, because there is a vital piece of code missing in the source code. And that vital piece of code is the head tag. And the head tag was missing because of the HTML minification options that we used that include settings to remove the attribute quotes and the optional tags. You would not think it, but the head tag is also an optional tag for a browser. But a more basic parser, like the one that LinkedIn uses, for example, does require it. It expects that the HTML meta tags are located directly inside a head tag, which is in this case removed by the minifier. So if we update our configuration and we disable the removal of the attribute quotes and optional tags, and we minify again, everything works as expected. And that only because the head tag was not removed as part of the optimization process. Fortunately, we have plenty of tools available to validate the HTML output of our pages, and nearly every big player has a way to validate and burst the cache of the pages of your application. So this overview, what you see here, links the most important validator tools for my project. But as always, you should check your own needs, and you might need to support other search engines or social media networks. So please check your own need. Another short extra is supporting multiple languages. So for Angular, you have different options to support multiple languages. For example, NGX Translate, Transloco, or even the official Angular i18n integration. And there are probably other libraries available in the ecosystem. And these libraries allow you to define your content in multiple languages to serve different countries and users from all around the world. So for SEO, it might be beneficial to clearly express the language and options by defining the language as an attribute to the HTML element and by providing a content language meta tag. By specifying links to alternative languages, you make clear to the crawler bot that it should also check and index those pages. Setting, for example, those alternative language links can be done using a similar approach from before. We first check if the given language was already set, and we update or accordingly remove it. So, if you get all those things right, you have started with a very good recipe for a great user experience. But like with all recipes and meals, we can still add some extra spices and herbs to make it perfect. So remember that these are just the basics. If your pages are fast, low on memory consumption and on bandwidth, especially on mobile, your users and search engines will be happy. So thank you very, very much for your attention. Please feel free to contact me via email or directly on Twitter. And I will be happy to answer some questions in the speaker panel or in the QA or in the chat. So please send me your questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
And now it's time for the first panel. So we're gonna invite Manfred, Sam, and Luca Leone from Almaviva. So let's not wait no more. Let's welcome the first panel. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
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 Quick fire question. What time zone are you right now? I will say, Manfred, where are you now?
I'm in Graz in Austria, so it's not that far away from you.
Luca?
I am in Naples. So now, what? Can you repeat, please?
No, I said, and Sam, where are you?
I'm in GMT+2, so I think we're all in the same time zone. I think just not you. I think you're somewhere else.
I know. Actually, it's not. Sunrise didn't arrive yet, so it's still night here, but that's fine. That's amazing because we can truly make a panel, an international panel everywhere with every time zone. But before we start, I'm going to invite everyone to please, if you want to ask any live question, we're going to follow, we're going to start from the top of Slido with the most upvoted. And make sure to vote it. And if there is not, you can write it both in Italian and English. So don't worry about the English, just you can write it even in Italian. I'm going to take care of the translation as much as I can. All right, so the number one question we have is, let me read it out loud. Although we're still at the prototype stage, or how will you set up a migration strategy of a medium-large size Angular application towards a modern federation-based paradigm? I would say we start with Manfred.
Yeah, so I guess the first question is, why do you want to have something like this? Because I've seen so many micro front-end solutions which don't need to be one. And if you do it without needing it, then it is just a waste of time. But if you really need it, if it fits to you, then I would start to carve out domains. That means I would take some modules belonging together and putting them into an application of its own. And of course, there is this 20-80 principle. I think 80% of refactoring is quite straightforward, copying to another application. But then there are those lasting 20%, and they are really difficult because they are about resolving some cycles and about creating new libraries that are used here and there. So you need to invest some time for dealing with those cross-cutting things.
And I will say, what do you think are just like on top of your head, like a quick tip, like if you see this happening, you should probably not use it?
Well, if you just use it because you can, because it's cool, then it's probably not enough. If you use it to scale your team, let's say you have a huge team, more than 10 people, perhaps 20 people, 30 people, and you want to scale them, you want to subdivide them into sub-teams, then creating micro front ends makes a lot of sense. Also, if you want to innovate a bit faster, in this case, you have an application where one part is using Angular and perhaps another part is using something else, WebAssembly stuff or something like this. But this all boils down to having a big application that is developed actively for years and having more than one team. Probably.
That's very interesting. That's very interesting, the conversation you make about like different language or different paradigm. Like even with WebAssembly, I mean, we're still very early on, but we're getting pretty close to kind of like, it's not going to be only just a JavaScript word. So Luca, tell me more about how I heard that Almaviva is started or already is using it, Module Federation.
We have started to use also Module Federation for other projects. However, we are making we are building some project with a different kind of a micro front-end architecture, which is based on the micro front-end decorator, which I shown before during the speech.
Nice.
About micro front-end decorator, we are writing a full framework with its own router, template engine, inversion of control container, renderer function, and much more feature. In this way, you can use it to write a container app or a more complex application where only some pages or business areas are micro front-end written in Angular or anything else framework. In addition, we have also to provide the documentation and the use cases for the framework. Of course, an open source version of the framework will be available at the beginning of the next years. And the main difference with the Module Federation or other framework such as single SPA is the environment. You have a more encapsulated environment and also you have zero rework on your micro front-end app. So if you have just made some application with Angular, React, and then you have the requirement to get together, you can use this framework.
That's super interesting. And by the way, if you already have the link of at least the organization on GitHub, where eventually the code is going to be open source, please share it on Twitter. We'd love to share it with the rest of the community. But moving on, we have some questions about SEO. The first one is, so for SEO to work correctly, we have to have like RDF and JSON structure. I think it's called rich editor text or something like that. To each page in our code base, or we can limit this adjustment to top-level pages to reduce the code burden?
Yeah. Well, so different options, of course, but the end goal should always be that if you server-side generate a page, or if you pre-render it, that the initial request coming from the server contains that data. So for the rest, it does not really matter how you structure it. If you can output the data from a generic component, which is valid for all pages, then yeah, go ahead. Of course, that will optimize your code, but just make sure that the data is outputted on each page. That's very important.
And moving on, still going to SEO, I think that we have more for Sam, when do you think is it the best to use Schooly and when Angular Universal?
Yeah. So, big question with a lot of things to answer. So there's no real better solution. In fact, you can use both unless you really want to do server-side generation, if server-side rendering. So Scully is not fitted for server-side rendering. That will just take too long because Scully will have to bootstrap a Chromium browser and render the page, then serialize the content and output it back to the client. So the round trips in those processes are just too much to get a fast result. So if you do server-side
You want to
rendering,
say that it's also like on the decision. It's based on the quality of performance you want to give. So
Yeah.
you have to put in considerations not just SEO, but what's the end experience that you think is best for your user.
Yeah, indeed, it's correct. So the first question to ask yourself is, do I need server-side rendering or not? That's the first question. If your content on the pages changes very often, let's say you're showing, for example, updates to the values on the stock markets, then you need to update your page, let's say every 5 seconds. So Scully would not be a good fit for that because that would mean that you need to pre-render all your pages every 5 seconds and redeploy them. With server-side rendering, the server is responsible for just updating the content that's gets sent back from the server to the client. So yeah,
That's super interesting. I think like it's just a common question that more tooling and more solution are coming out. I think, as you said, the first question is, what's the end experience you want? And then go back to decide the tooling that best fits the experience. So
Yes.
talking about different, communicate actually between different project, different framework or different solution, there is a question about micro frontend. How is communication between micro frontend it's made possible? Maybe Manfred, do you want to start with this?
Yeah, you have several options here. One option you can use together with Module Federation is using a shared service. Service that is providing, let's say, a behavior subject, perhaps wrapped so that one only sees observable, and which is just providing events, domain events or something like this. Another possibility is to use custom events if we speak about web components, or you could even put a global object into the global namespace if it is about dealing with different frameworks. And of course, when I'm saying global namespace, I'm referring to the
No, there are only 30 people live, so no one will share that. So actually, I'm also I'm curious, like Luca, in your early practice to using micro frontends, what is like one thing that you notice that it made it easier for you to create communication between micro frontend? Any tip you want to advise or anything that you say, oh, please don't do that because that doesn't work?
Okay, the best practice we used is implemented with the custom events. What are custom events? As towards a guest, they are on-demand events made by the developer itself. Every event have two parameters, a name and a callback. When a component or a function have to listen the custom event, you can write an add event listener function, which the first argument is the custom event name, and the second one, the callback to handle the event. In addition, the callbacks argument can be used to send the data with the custom event itself. According to my own experience, usually it's desirable to trigger an event from child element and have an ancestor to catch it. For micro frontend pattern I've shown before during the speech, for example, the child element is the micro frontend itself, and the container, also named portal application, is the ancestor.
Got it. Got it. And so there is one more question actually about, can the plugins micro frontends also be used with non-Angular components? I think we kind of covered some part of it, but anything else we want to add?
Yes, you can write your application with any kind of framework. You can use Angular, React, or Vue.js. It's not important. Every application is embedded within a shadow DOM of micro frontend. And the environment for JS code execution is implemented with the decorator itself.
So I want to go back to the SEO for a second. Something that I've been noticing more and more is how Google kind of like trying to share with the developer ecosystem, kind of like how the signals, the famous Google signals, or how the page rank is composed, they kind of like change or adapt over time. Simon, what do you think? What do you know more about like things that you noticed changed in 2020, or that probably you know already that are going to change in 2021?
Yeah. Well, so I think the most significant change for the last period is the fact that mobile versions, so the smaller versions on mobile phones, they are now the base for the indexation and the ranking and the categorization of your website. So one of the main drivers here is that your website needs to be responsive. It needs to be fast. It needs to be low on memory consumption. It needs to be low on bandwidth usage. So it's really about targeting the mobile market. So if you want to do good in SEO these days, it's very, very important that you put focus on the mobile version of your website.
Any tooling you would like advise that kind of like helps in developers to measure and monitor this progress?
Well, there are several tools available in different categories. So you have the tools that allow you to easily build responsive websites by using mobile first approach, for example. You have Lighthouse tool from Google.
Oh yeah, Lighthouse has the score actually, or the SEO. They kind of like has all this little advice. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. They list the best practices that they immediately check on the output of your HTML. So yeah, they give like direct hints. They give you the basics, and the tool also links to more elaborate resources on how to get it right from the beginning.
So going back to actually, there's a question about roadmap and the Angular team. I'm probably going to ask this question also to Binko in the final panel. But let's start with Manfred. What do you think of the Angular roadmap and the use of Webpack 5 for creating micro frontends?
So what I know is that the Angular team is trying hard to make Webpack 5 at least an opt-in for CLI 11. Currently, we can use it with CLI 11 next.6, next.7, but not all the functions work. It is good enough to try it out and to play around with module federation, for instance. But it needs some time to be more mature, and hopefully they will manage to do this opt-in solution for CLI 11. Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely press on that with Minko later and see what's the status of the roadmap. There's a question particularly for Almaviva. The question is more about what made you start researching and building your micro frontends. It's like we have seen you created a custom way to inject micro frontend components in your application. What was the process that led to you to create this approach? So definitely, I think also if you can share a little bit of like what was the day that like, we have this problem, we maybe can solve it with this. When, and how did it happen?
Of course, we have a requirement. There are several applications made by different company in temporary grouping of company, and so we need to make them cooperant within only one application. So how to solve this problem? We made a list of feature that application have to do. So we decided to make an experiment, a proof of concept with web components. And all that web components allow us to do, and what web components are not allowed to does not allow us to do. So we decided to write at the beginning a framework with a router for web component, and then we also do a research about how to execute JS code and within Shadow DOM, code not compliant with a document fragment, and how to handle a navigation context, as such as an iframe-like. So we decided to build something with JavaScript, which can act as an iframe, but it's different. Why? With iframe, we can have a single HTML page with a different application, but each application is fully isolated from the others. In addition, some feature, such as a dialog component, is located in the specific iframe. What we need was to have a behavior which is the behavior of a single page application. Different applications have to be getting together within only one app, and their part have to show as one the components of one application. So
I think we're actually gonna learn a little bit more about iframes in the next talk with Ermanno, which is gonna tell more about vanilla iframes and ng components. But I want to use the final couple of minutes to go through a couple of more questions. The first is for Sam, which I think there is a question about larger project. I think maybe the spirit of the question is definitely something like, is this the technique that you shared specific for any size of a project, or it depends of like how big or small is your project?
Wait, I think I did not get the question correctly.
So the question is this part of a larger project? I think it's about like all the advice that you shared.
Well, no, I don't think so. So there's just like official plugins from Angular CLI that enable server-side rendering in Angular projects, but in general, the best practices and recommendations are to be found on the internet. And if you really want to look into it, I have a lot of blog posts on my own website that go deep into the topic. But I don't think it's like part of a bigger project. No.
Well, we are almost out of time. I want to, before we leave, where can everyone find you? Manfred, what's your Twitter handle, and what's the website, places where people can learn more about the topic that you write?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my Twitter handle is just my name, Manfred Steyer, without any special characters or spaces. And my blog is angulararchitects.io.
Nice. Luca, where the audience can learn more about Almaviva and get in touch with some of the research and experiment your Almaviva is running?
Okay, you can stay in touch with me, follow him on Twitter at Luca Leone. It's my account. And you can stay in touch with Almaviva, writing me or my colleagues. You can see again the previous speech if you want. There are two email accounts, and there is also the official website almaviva.it.
And Sam?
Yeah, so for me it's the same as Manfred. It's just my name, Vloeberghs.be. On any platform, Twitter, my website, if you just Google my name, you will find me. It would be hard. It would be very bad if you would not find me on Google giving Angular and technical SEO talk. So just Google me and you will find it.
And for everyone, I saw the more questions are coming up. We are out of time for now, but please, the speakers, they are not going anywhere. They're always going to be on the internet. So feel free to reach out to them on Twitter or find them or on their blog, on their website. And thank you again for joining us. Thank you for taking the time to record in the video and be part of the first panel and this online edition of NGRome 2020.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you for the invitation. Bye-bye.
And now we can move on with the next talk, which is going to be Ermanno Battista. He is going to share more about vanilla iframes and NG components, experience with Apple Maps. By the way, Ermanno is also, I call him the MVP of NGRome 2020 because he joined us as a co-organizer early this year. And at the beginning, we asked him to help us for a couple of things, but very quickly he became one of the most important organizers in this conference. He's actually the person that was able to organize this live conference, making sure that we have a virtual machine, making sure that we have all the right setting to stream to all of you today. But without further ado, let's go to Ermanno talk. Enjoy.
Hi, I'm Ermanno Battista, and today I'll talk to you about our experience in achieving a deep integration between Map.js and Angular. First of all, I'd like to thank you, the NGRome team, for this opportunity and for being so great to work with. Just a little bit about myself. I'm a software engineer and co-founder of Fervento, a talented team crafting cutting-edge technologies to build tailored solutions for businesses. In one of our innovation projects, we had to represent a lot of information efficiently on map, so we started scouting technologies and evaluated Apple Maps. For who doesn't know, it is possible to integrate Apple Maps not just in iOS applications, but also in JS. What was interesting for us was the iframe quota, because of course the client is interested in cost saving, the possibility to easily do pin grouping, collapsing and choosing the priority of pins who needs to pop up when you zoom in and zoom out, and also the capability to handle overlays, drawing shapes in GeoJSON to create regions and feature-rich maps. So you can go online on the official documentation, you will find the link in the slides, and start your integration. Basically, you will just link the JSON library and provide a token. The token is a JWT token, and you can create it online and just serve it in your environment, yes. But with this approach, you will have to redistribute your app every time it expires, so it's not viable. What you will actually do is serve it in a backend. So you can generate the token in server side by using a private key, which is issued to your Apple developer account. And as you can see in this example, you can actually cache it locally and just ask it to the backend when it expires, and then enhance the interaction between the front end and back end. As soon as you would like to create something more interactive, you will feel the urge for type checking, and this can be relieved by installing a type definition. There are a few of them. I'll suggest the one that's linked here, and so you basically install it and then add it in the dsconfig JSON, and you will enable the TypeScript compiler to find and use this typing. Now let's see what you can do and how you can create pins on the map. So pins are basically handled by the library itself. They can be images, icons, and text. But what's interesting is interaction when you want to actually create the callouts, when you click on the pin and you want to see a content. So as you can see in this documentation, it's an extract from the documentation, you will have to create the HTML for the callout by hand and creating it like it was jQuery style, right? So you can start adding content through adding nodes by JavaScript, and this is not something we like, right? So you can actually improve this interaction because you can inject NG components by using the component factory from Angular core. So as you can see in this example, you use the component factory, you resolve the component, and you need to pay just a little bit of attention to adding and binding yourself, so manually, the inputs to this component, and to start the text changes, because now it needs to be handled manually. And after that, as you can see, you can create the element which will wrap your component and just append to this component the content of the component itself. The only thing you need to be aware is that you should fire your own change detections when something inside the component changes. Apart from this, that can be a really just a normal component, as you will do with any kind of component. But now suppose that you need to fire events from the map and handle them in Angular. Of course, if this event is from the component we generated for the previous example, it's not necessary to resort to any hack. Otherwise, as sometimes you have to do, you want to react some plain HTML link clicks or other kind of vanilla interactions, you need to find a different way. And there is an approach that exists, so you can see you can achieve a bidirectional communication between a service and by resorting to handles on the window. I will show you how. So you have an actor, so the Angular service, which will register two methods on window. One is used to fire the Angular events and one to subscribe to Angular events, so to receive events. The component will just use this service as a usual service, and so it will subscribe to it. And when the user interacts, the user interaction will actually invoke a method to fire Angular event on Windows, and this will be translated to a callback that will be executed inside zone run, and this will then be a subscription that is actually executed inside the component. So this approach, I've seen it a few times ago, as you can see in this link, and so I just reworked it a little bit and handled the unsubscription from that. So the important thing is that the code has to run inside that zone, and you need to pay attention to subscriptions. So the usage from outside Angular is pretty easy. You just pass the event name and the arguments for the callback, and on the other end, when you need to use it in Angular, you will do the same, but on the opposite. So you work on the service and not on the window. So as you can see, you just create a service and you just register the method in the constructor, so one for firing and one for subscribing to events. And in the subscription, you will just have to inject a callback inside the dictionary. So the event is bound to callbacks by using subscriptions, and then you just return a reference for future unsubscriptions. When you fire event, you will just find the subscription and call the callback. So just pay attention. In the first method, you work inside zone run. When you use it inside a Angular component, you will just call the subscribe method through the service you inject within the constructor. Usually, HTML will be injected directly in DOM and the logic implemented in JS. I've shown you a way that actually improves the interaction with depot maps, and I have shown you how to supercharge the iframe integration. We have used the full-fledged NG components as pinned on the map, and we have seen also how to fire events from vanilla to Apple Maps. If you have any question, reach out to me later, connect on Twitter, use Slido. I'm really eager to connect with you and to answer your question. So thank you for your attention, and thank you for the opportunity again to NGRome team. Goodbye.
And now we're going to learn more about the second sponsor, ICT Group. ICT was actually one of our first sponsors way back last year in 2019. They support us in the first edition, and they are coming back to supporting us also for 2020. One thing I want to mention to you is it true now this year we're coming as an online edition, but we are looking forward to come back as a conference in person. And all the sponsors that are supporting us right now, they're also supporting us for the next year, for 2021. And on the potential that we are going to have like in-person conference, finger crossed, in the fall of 2021. But without further ado, let's learn about a more ICT Group. Enjoy.
Ciao. Mi chiamo Fiorenzo Pizza e a nome della mia azienda vi do il benvenuto ad NGRome 2020. Abbiamo deciso di sponsorizzare l'evento, vista la positiva esperienza dello scorso anno, in cui abbiamo notato un'organizzazione di livello, un'attenzione per il mondo di Angular nel suo complesso e una serie di talk molto interessanti. Purtroppo il Covid ci ha costretto a una partecipazione virtuale quest'anno e speriamo però di incontrarci dal vivo l'anno prossimo. Mi presento, io sono il responsabile della ricerca e sviluppo, seguo alcuni grandi clienti e guido diversi team che lavorano tutti quanti in tecnologie similari. Collaboro con il CT Group ormai da 10 anni e ho visto l'azienda crescere nel tempo. Siamo una buona squadra, siamo quasi 90 persone, composta da analisti, sviluppatori e consulenti. Il fatturato cresce, siamo arrivati quasi a 10 milioni di euro e insomma abbiamo 30 anni di esperienza sulle spalle. E che cosa facciamo? Abbiamo una suite di prodotti ben articolata. Seguiamo il mondo del finance e della contabilità con il nostro EGS, gestiamo le risorse umane con HR, abbiamo una suite di prodotti dedicata alla sterilizzazione e alla sanità a marchio Six. E inoltre abbiamo un team che si occupa di consulenza dedicata ai clienti, che sviluppa i prodotti e li fa crescere insieme al cliente nel tempo. E quali tecnologie utilizziamo dipende fortemente dal team, dalla sua esperienza e dal tipo di progetto che c'è da sviluppare. Come dicevo, sono 20 anni che lavoriamo in Java e quindi abbiamo una fortissima esperienza in proposito. In questi ultimi tempi abbiamo deciso di spostare però lo sviluppo del front-end in Angular e il back-end in Java, però utilizzando la tecnica dei microservizi. Quindi andiamo a deployare le nostre applicazioni in container nei principali cloud mondiali, quindi Amazon, di cui siamo partner, o Azure, e deployiamo su Kubernetes, OpenShift o Amazon ECS. Abbiamo abbracciato completamente la tecnica di sviluppo con i microservizi, sia nel front-end che nel back-end. Nel front-end appunto utilizziamo Angular o comunque tecnologie a web component. In questo caso abbiamo che appunto ci sono applicativi che hanno più di 20 anni di età che abbiamo deciso di rinnovare innestando dei micro framework, dei micro componenti a front-end. Abbiamo tantissimi esempi da mostrare perché appunto tutti gli applicativi sono fatti con tecnologia web e anche nello sviluppo di siti internet abbiamo utilizzato Angular riuscendo a risolvere i problemi del SEO e dell'indicizzazione. Utilizziamo il framework Prime NG oppure Bootstrap a seconda dei template che vogliamo realizzare con il cliente, e ci sono casi in cui appunto utilizziamo applicazioni interamente scritte in Angular e casi in cui utilizziamo i web components. In altri casi, come in eggs, abbiamo appunto l'iniezione dinamica di Angular Elements all'interno dell'applicazione al posto dei tradizionali iframe. Abbiamo sviluppato interi progetti come la community di Cop Service sia nella parte web che nella parte mobile utilizzando Angular, nella parte mobile utilizzando Ionic con Apache Cordova per i plugin nativi e sempre utilizzando Angular. Abbiamo abbracciato Angular sin da Angular 2.0 per il fatto che TypeScript è molto simile a Java per l'utilizzo delle classi astratte, per la possibilità appunto di creare le classi, di utilizzare le annotation, per l'enumeration e per i generici. E quindi è molto semplice per gli sviluppatori full stack sviluppare da uno stack all'altro. Abbiamo fatto anche siti di e-commerce con Angular e quindi siamo riusciti a coprire l'intero arco applicativo. Pensando appunto al nostro futuro e alla crescita che abbiamo, vorrei invitare tutti quelli che hanno voglia di misurarsi con le nuove tecnologie all'interno dei team articolati a scriverci, a contattarci sui social o a inviarci una mail semplicemente con l'allegato il curriculum, perché il CT ha bisogno di voi. Quindi vi rinnovo una buona conferenza a tutti e ci vediamo l'anno prossimo dal vivo. Grazie mille per...
Amazing. I always love a good call to action, and make sure if you want to talk more with ECT group to reach out to Fiorenzo. Also, remember, we're coming up with a panel soon where Ermanno, Fiorenzo, and Yuri are going to be present, and they're going to answer all the questions you have. So make sure to go to our Slido and add your own question. And without further ado, let's move on to Yuri with Beyond Basics, Scaling Development Across Large Teams. Enjoy.
All right, super excited to have this talk today. And what I would like to cover is kind of how to go, if you want, beyond basic and like how to scale development across large teams. And so first of all, who am I? I'm Yuri Stromflohner. I'm from Italy. I live in the very northern part in Bolzano, and I'm a Google developer expert in web technologies and Angular. I'm also an academic instructor and Cypress ambassador. These are some of my videos which I have on Egghead. There are more on that link which you see on the slide at the very bottom right. So definitely check those out and like tell me if you like them. Cool, so right now I'm working as a JavaScript and architect and engineering manager for Narwhal. Narwhal is a consultancy that has been founded by Victor Safkin and Jeff Cross. Both are ex-Angular core team members, which like 3 years ago went outside of the Angular team and founded Narwhal. And at Narwhal we try to help the team to kind of learn, grow, and be successful, of course. And now our usual plan or our usual approach is kind of to plan together with the team, help them define priorities, and most details kind of define the technical constraints as they come along. We also provide, of course, training, on-site workshops and remote workshops, or like talking at conference like this one or in webinars. And the preferred approach is kind of be embedded into the team. Like we try to work for a longer period with companies and work alongside their teams, because like usually it's not in the workshops where you face the big challenges, but as you go, right? And so when we are on the team, we can actually provide training as the team goes ahead, and we can help them tackle difficult problems. So how do you actually scale development? And this is kind of like what we experience while consulting with clients, and usually how we approach those problems. Now, I would like to talk about three main things today. Like, first of all, how you can drive and kind of automate good architecture, and also about modern development tools and improved development experience, because like that's actually what makes us productive in the end. And obviously speed. Like the faster things are on our CI pipeline, the better it is for our productivity. And from the tooling perspective, this can be solved mostly with NX. Now, NX is our open source toolkit for monorepos. It's not exclusively just for monorepos. Like, as we will see in the talk today, you can also benefit from that even for smaller repositories. But usually that's where NX really shines. And here is the URL and GitHub repository if you want to check that out. Now, if we talk about architecture in general, architecture is quite a broad topic, right? Because like architecture can be about like scaling the application in production. It can be about structuring and modularizing your projects and applications and making sure that you have like good quality code, right? Many times what I've seen, architecture is also about, if you want, folder organization. Now that might sound silly, but it's actually about how to structure a project such that it scales across more teams as your team grows or as more teams come into your organization and into your project. Now, if you take, for instance, a quick look at the Angular style guide, there's actually a principle that deals with folder structuring. So there's the lift principle, which kind of says like, it should be easy for you, if you look at your application and you have a component, it should be easy for you to identify and locate that component. And also kind of, if you look through the files, you should see like, based on the file extension, you should understand like what is in that file. And then also in terms of the structure itself, they kind of, or suggest basically to start flat, like as flat as possible, and only introduce nesting levels as you need them, because that keeps the whole structure a bit more lightweight.
Now, especially if we talk about folder structure or like flat folder structure in general, there's another style guide which says like folders by features. Now, some of you might have used AngularJS in the days, and in AngularJS, actually, you had a different approach. Like what you did there is kind of have like structuring according to the types. So you had like controller folders, model folders, and view folders. Over time, most of the frameworks have seen that this is not the way how things scale, because like it's kind of difficult to like navigate all across all those folders, but rather to kind of try to encapsulate problems inside a folder. Like one feature is inside a folder and kind of can then use functionality from other features. So this, for instance, might be one of the examples which I've taken from Twitter. You can see here there's even like kind of a structure about admins, and maybe there's another section of the project, and then you have like the coupons, the courses, which are all kind of features, right? Reporting, sales, and so on. So if you have such a structure, what might be a potential issue? Let me talk about a couple of them. Like the first one is actually the feature boundaries. If you take again a closer look at the courses part, you can see there we have like the components folder, we have the containers folder. There's even some guards and models further down, which we don't see in a screenshot. But it is immediately hard to see what is actually intended to be public and what is intended to be private just inside that courses folder. And so actually that's the main point here. Like the problem is you don't really see what you can use from a feature, because you might want to grab into that feature and use, for instance, what you have here, the course item component, because it might be useful for your own feature development, which like is in a different section of the project. And this is kind of that, if you want, monolithic part when you, for instance, use the Angular CLI nowadays. You have basically the structuring according to the folders, which are the boundaries for your features. Now, NX uses a different approach. Like the building blocks there are actually apps and libraries. And so here you can see actually the graphical visualization of our previous application, which is here the Angular, like Angular CLI project setup with an NX workspace. And you can see now they are being split up basically into a more thin application layer at the very top basically here. And then a lot of well-defined libraries, and I call them here workspace libraries. And the reason is that when people see the word libraries, they usually always immediately think about something that needs to be publishable, really general purpose. That's actually not necessarily the case. Like in an NX workspace, those libraries can also just be there in that same workspace without ever being shared outside. And they can just be referenced by applications that live also in that workspace. You obviously have the chance or the possibility to publish them also outside, but that's usually not the default setup. And so you can see basically the apps at the very top, and then there are the libraries. And our suggestion here is usually to have like 90% more or less of the code in the libraries, because that basically gives you a lot of possibilities as you go, and especially in terms of scaling. In fact, like what you could do is you could actually split up your applications. You might start with a single one, but actually you might identify that it really is kind of split into a more public facing part of the project and a more administrative part, which is like more the back office if you want. And so in this case, you can see now the public one like just references the libraries it actually needs. And similar to the admin part, just references its own libraries. And you can also now see that how you can then deploy these in a different manner. Because like the applications in NX are really just, if you want, deployables. Like they are the ones that reference the libraries, you build them, and you get basically the output into this folder, which you then like just copy over into the production server for hosting. And now having two different applications, you can also scale them differently. Like you might scale the public one a lot more, because like you might have like majority of users landing on that part, while the administrative part is more like a couple of people that are using it for kind of managing the whole application. So how does an NX library structure look like? In the screenshot here, you can see like the example, which is based on the one we have already seen. So basically you have that libs folder, and then you have a different kind of folders for each of those libraries. And each library has a source folder, and then inside there, you can actually have a similar structure, or even the identical structure which you had in a folder inside Angular CLI project. The only difference here is, as you can already see, is that you export something in that index.ts. Like the index.ts for you here is really like your public API. And so, for instance, if you want to use something outside your feature, you actually have to export it explicitly in that index.js file. And for instance, here I'm exporting a service, and so such that it can then be consumed by some other part. The cool part here is also that if you use that, for instance, in another application or in another library, that import path is actually like kind of, if you want, like well-defined path. Like you see that add course platform, which is the name usually of your NX workspace. And then you have like /store/courses, which kind of the path into the libraries part. But you can see like NX already sets up the TypeScript path mapping when you generate new libraries. And this makes it easy to consume that in a nicely fashion without having to basically have relative imports. So in general, like if you take a look here, libraries represent a much stronger boundary compared to folders, especially because like you have to explicitly think, what is my API? What do I want to export? And what do I want to have like private within my feature boundary? Another part is obviously visualizing dependencies, especially if you start small and then the thing grows. Different teams might work at the same time on a project or in that monorepo. And so what you want to have, and what is really powerful, is you can visualize the whole project. And so in this case here, this is an example of a real project, which we use basically. You can see the link at the very bottom here. And if you launch NX depth graph, it will live basically calculate this graph based on the current state of your source code. So this is not like the usual documentation diagrams, which are out of date in the moment you create them, but these are basically calculated out of your source code. And they help you a lot to reason what basically depends on what part and like whether those dependencies are actually legit. And that actually brings me also to the next part in terms of restricting access. Because sometimes if you have, for instance, this feature structure here, which we have seen at the very beginning, what actually prevents someone from just like going in there, using that course item and use it basically within their own feature? That's actually kind of easy because like they can just like import it with a relative import. And nothing actually prevents them from doing that. Now in NX, there is actually a mechanism that helps you structure that. And that's the so-called kind of labeling or tagging. And so here, for instance, you can see that type:app. And this is actually just like a string which you attach to like the applications and libraries. And usually the recommendation is, however, to kind of have that separation, like that you have like a prefix, colon, and then whatever you want to place after that. And so for instance, in this example here, I'm having that type application, which I'm attaching to the public and the admin part of my structure here. Then I have basically the courses libraries, and I'm adding the type feature there. And finally, I'm having more the kind of utility libraries, which are the shared and core, which is more my, if you want, infrastructure part of the whole project. An next part can also be then to actually add some more like functionality related tags if you want. So in this case, I'm having like a scope store because like some libraries might actually just be used by the public facing store application, while others might be used by the whole admin part. And similarly also for my infrastructural part, I can attach their scope shared and scope core, for instance. So the whole point of defining these is that once I have defined those tags, I can actually start defining rules. And the rules can look, for instance, as follows. I can say like a type application can always only depend on something that has the label type feature or type utility, because that's how you expect the references to be. And further down here in the slide, you can see that this, for instance, would prevent me to have a reference from one application to the other type application. Similarly, I can say, for instance, a type utility should only be able to depend on a type utility. The reason here is that utility libraries are usually the very like last parts in my whole graph. They just like provide some general purpose utility parts. And again, here down here, you can see I don't want to have like libraries which are of type utility that might depend on a feature, right? Usually the dependency should be actually vice versa. So the feature depends on the actual utility library. And then also the scope, like the scope can be very similar. So in this case, I say like the scope store can only depend on other libraries that have the scope store, or obviously scope share, because like might be shared between store and the admin part in our example, and scope core, because like those are my infrastructure parts which I might need, for instance, authentication, logging, whatever I have in my project. And so this is basically to kind of segment my workspace, because like I might not want someone to basically reach into the admin part from my public facing library. Now, the whole point here is that once you do that, you get actually an error usually on your CI pipeline. And at that point, you can actually then look into it and verify whether this is a legit dependency and then decide how to proceed. Either extract those parts which are shared into, again, a shared library, add the scope shared, and then it would work again, or just not depend on it and like kind of refactor it. And you define those rules, like here, those are basically represented in a graphical way, of course, for a better understanding, but you define them in your TS-lint JSON, where there is a specific rule tag, which is NX enforce module boundaries, where you can define them in the following fashion here. Another part is then feature reusability. And that obviously makes a lot of sense, because like you have already seen the structure about apps and libraries, and we even like split them up into two applications. So in this case, we have just two apps which like reference those libraries, but you could go actually a step further and have like also a React application in there, or even backend applications, such as here a Nest app, Nest.js app, or just a plain Node Express application. And they can obviously then share even libraries between like the backend and the front end, or even like between React and Angular. And this can then actually get really powerful. Finally, there's architecture automation. Like the whole title here for that section of my talk was kind of drive good architecture, but also automate architecture. Like that's the best way you can actually guarantee it's actually respected. And if you think about the whole linting part is already kind of an automation, because like you add restrictions on what can depend on what other part. And so with that, you already have that automated in your CI pipeline, for instance. Another really good part about automation is the whole workspace schematics. Now, as an Angular user, NX gives you already a lot, or like in general, like as an NX user, it gives you a lot of schematics already out of the box. And so we have it, of course, for Angular projects, like for generating components or generating new applications and libraries, but also for React, for Storybook, for RxJS, even like for web components if you want. Same holds then also for backend parts or the setup for Prettier and TS-lint. The power, however, really is in the workspace schematics, because like that allows you to create such automations, such basic schematics for your own workspace. And that obviously means they can be tailored to your business needs, because like, for instance, how NX generates a library might not be enough, because like for your organization, you also need to kind of reference the common style guide library, because like that's what you should be using within your project. And so what you can do is, in a more advanced scenario, you can actually generate such a workspace schematic, and you can do that with the command you can see on the slide here. And then inside there, actually, you can code that schematic by reusing other schematics. For instance, you can invoke the NX library schematic, and then add another file, generate new Angular components, whatever. Obviously, this allows you then basically to optimize the things for your business needs, and that obviously also increases developer velocity, because like they can just like invoke that custom command they have, and then they have basically all already set up what they need. And obviously, it also guarantees compliance, because like then in that case, basically the generated structure already respects your internal guidelines. And once you have that schematic, so in my case, basically we named that my schematic. Then you can just like invoke them with an NX workspace schematic, and you give it a name and obviously the options which the schematic takes. So the second part is about modern tools, and this usually goes with improved developer experience. And so just as a reference, the NX architecture is mostly like the following picture here. So you have the dev kit at the very bottom there, which provides the whole mechanism for running those schematics, those automations. Then there's the Angular CLI on top, or the novel Tau CLI, which is kind of an equivalent to run commands against those basic schematics. And then there's the novel workspace on top of that, which provides the whole parts about the dependency tree, dependency graph, which we have seen, and those kind of automations. And then we have a set of core plugins, or also like community plugins. So this is the point where kind of you can actually come in and provide your own extensions. For instance, we have plugins for Vue, we have plugins even for like generating new folder structures according to the domain-driven development model, and a lot more interesting things are coming along. And then when we go a step further in terms of automated testing and quality control, we also try to use or set you up with modern tools. For instance, for unit testing, we by default generate jest tests because we kind of think that those provide a better developer economics in general. And also for end-to-end testing, we default to Cypress. Obviously, you can always choose to go with Karma or Protractor when you generate new libraries or applications. That's perfectly fine. And so in the end, like when you generate a new application, you will see you automatically get an end-to-end test generated and set up for that specific application. So we already kind of pre-configure your workspace with some best practices that help you proceed basically in a good way. There are also some very interesting combinations. For instance, you can have a UI library, and that's actually a very common thing, to basically have a library that has your internal design style guide components, which you might use within your organization. And so you can actually generate that library, generate components, and then generate a storybook setup for that specific library. And this can all be done with schematics NX provides you. And you can even then on top of that generate Cypress tests, which will just like run against your specific storybook stories. And so it's a very easy and kind of modern way if you want to test components in Cypress. Finally, also about linting and code formatting. It might not seem that important, but it actually is a lot important because like you don't or you shouldn't in general worry or have to worry about the formatting of your code, but you still should have something in place because like otherwise you might run into strange merge conflicts, which again slows down your team. And so NX comes already with pre-configured prettier setup. And in terms of linting, we also now support ESLint for Angular projects. ESLint is going to be deprecated by the end of the year. And so we already provided some support, some starting support for ESLint, and we are hardly working on improving that in the coming weeks. Finally, also tool integrations, of course, and into the IDE. So for instance, we have integrations, or NX provides you some integrations with Visual Studio Code and WebStorm. You can, for instance, like just run the Jest test if you have some of the Jest runner plugins installed. So they will automatically pick up inside your monorepo the actual configuration for Jest and then run it. Also, recently we added some interesting combination together with NX Cloud. So you can actually have a GitHub bot installed, basically that kind of lists you all the commands that have been run in that pipeline. And you can then click on it and you can see then you jump basically onto a page within NX Cloud, which filters out the actual things you want to have a look at. For instance, just like the failed projects, and then you see the actual log below it without having to actually go into the CI logs and like scroll through some weird and hardly understandable logs and search for what it actually went wrong. And so if you want to know more, we actually just published an article a couple of weeks ago, which talks about modern Angular and how we envision that. And we will continue to work on that as we go ahead. Cool. And so to the last topic, that is about speed. And that's kind of a topic which I really like because like we all don't really want to wait until like the build finishes or the test run finishes. And especially if you have kind of a monorepo scenario, that might get even worse, right? And so at now we actually believe a lot into the whole monorepo story because like we have seen that helps large organizations deliver their code in a lot faster way. And so the main rule there is basically in a monorepo, you can envision that as one Git repository where you have all your front end and back end code. Now, that's usually not always the case. Like you might just have like some front end projects, not even back end projects maybe, but the ideal case would be if you have them mixed in. So you might ask, like, what is actually wrong with multi-repos? So why should I use a monorepo, or why cannot I just proceed with a multi-repo? Well, if you take a look at this structure, for instance, which you have seen before, so we have like a couple of Angular applications, some React applications, backend applications as well, which all use like those libraries. And like the code below here would be the shared code, which in a multi-repo would have to live as independent NPM packages. So you would have to set up some kind of internal artifactory or NPM registry, publish it there, but you also have to version it. Now, if your applications depend on all those parts, you have to be very precise with the versioning and with backwards compatibility, as well as with potential conflicts, right? Because like in theory, every library here, for instance, could have its own Angular React version or whatever framework you're using, its own TypeScript version, its own Jest, Karma, and Jasmine version. And so not always that's guaranteed to be backwards or compatible between each other, right? Like you might have like some library using Angular 8 and another application actually already having been upgraded to Angular 10. And so also like if you just think for a moment at an organizational level for yourself, like how difficult is it for you to upgrade to the latest Angular version? Like not just the application you're currently working on, but like at a scale of the entire enterprise, like within your organization basically. How long does it take, for instance, to distribute security patches? Like some security patch, like some security problem just leaked, and you have to provide a patch to like all the applications you have in your organization. Or how difficult is it if you need to do some cross-cutting refactoring? For instance, you have some shared library, and that library is used in many projects, and you want to do a refactoring of the API. And that obviously means like changing API. So how difficult would that be? Or also corporate design systems, which is like very famous part. Because like that's used in a very lot of realities. So in general, a monorepo, you have the situation, or in an X case, for instance, of a monorepo, you have just one version of Angular, you have one version of TypeScript, you have one version of Jest, and the reason for that is because you just have one version of the node modules folder. And so if you upgrade, for instance, Angular, you upgrade the entire monorepo. So what you can do is you can just like create a new feature branch, run the migrations for upgrading, run all the test cases, run the end-to-end test cases, fix whatever needs to be fixed, and then merge it back in without actually disturbing the team. And at that point, all of them have been upgraded. But obviously, you don't want to build, test, lint everything every time, right? Because like, especially in a monorepo, that might not scale. The point with NX is that NX actually knows what you're building, and that's how NX can help you actually overcome some of those issues you might face in a monorepo. So we have seen the dependency graph, and that's actually what NX also has behind the scenes and what it can use for calculating things. For instance, you can run an NX affected dependency graph. And so in this case here, you can see those red parts have been detected by NX that they have been actually modified. What NX does is, for instance, in your PR, which you create, it runs through the Git commit history, and it identifies the project you actually touched. And as a result, it can only run the test, the build, the linting, whatever you need to run on those 3 projects. And so you can exclude all of the others, which you can see in this graph. And you can imagine that this already helps a lot in scaling your CI runs. And so you have those affected commands for testing, building, also for your custom targets, which you might define in the Angular JSON file. Another thing I'm very excited about is the recent computational cache, which we have introduced. And this is kind of an addition to, if you want, affected commands, or in general, like when you run a command, NX basically takes the source code, which the command has ran against, a couple of environment variables, and then it stores the actual output in a cache. Now, the next time you run it again, it verifies whether the source code, the command, and the environment variables match something from the cache. And if it does, it just like restores that cache onto your console output. And that's not just like for actual like writing the log out, but also for like recreating the bundles and files which might have been produced. This gets even a step further if you have NX Cloud. Like with NX Cloud, the local cache in the computation cache which you have in NX is just for your own. But with NX Cloud, you can actually distribute it to your entire team. And so here, for instance, you can actually upload it, like when NX doesn't find it locally, it uploads it to NX Cloud, and so your teammate can actually download it as well. And this happens obviously completely automatically. So if I run tests on a project and my teammate has the same setup, the same source code, it won't run actually the test, but just gets the output immediately. That speeds up things a lot. And obviously if you wire in the CI server again, that gets even faster. And so this is especially useful if you have environments like this, right? Where you have like, for instance, here in a month, the average like PRs that have been merged in are 400. And you have a constant situation where you have like 45 merge requests which need to get into master. And so in such environments, having a fast CI build is actually crucial for getting things started. And so to play around with NX, you just like run npx create NX workspace, you give it like the workspace name, and then you run through a couple of questions which you ask, like giving it the name of the store, choosing a preset, having like a couple of styling options which you might use. And also here in this case, you can choose for ESLint. And also for NX Cloud, which we have just talked about, you can actually just opt in. NX Cloud is a commercial plugin for NX. However, it provides you with 5 free hours each month. And so that's perfectly fine to just get started, to try it out, to play around with it. And at the maximum, we save 5 hours each month for you. And so in the end, you will get like this workspace where you can see like the apps and clips and start playing around with it. So thanks a lot for your attention. And obviously, if you have questions, definitely reach out to me on Twitter or connect with me there. I'm happy to answer them and talk to you. Thanks.
Look at here. Finally, there is light. Sunrise is coming in San Francisco as well. Well, time to move on to the next panel where we're going to have Ermanno, ECT Group, and Yuri to actually share more about their talk. And remember, go to Slido, ask your live question, and upvote all the questions that you like. We're going to spend the next 20 minutes to share more about the speaker and the sponsor to around their talks. And a couple of things to remind. If you want to participate, if you want to connect more with NGRome and the community, there are 3 ways you can do it. You can join us as a co-organizer. We're always happy to find a new way to get to collaborate with the community. So more organizers we have, easier it is. We're also looking for, of course, having more sponsors that can help us to build a larger conference for next year. And we're always looking for speakers. So we're going to probably open the call for paper in a few months. So then we can start planning for 2021. And if he is none of these 3, just make sure to kind of like engage with us on Twitter, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on your favorite social media. We are always looking to find way, remote or in person, for now remote, how can we connect more between each other. But without further ado, let's welcome all the panelists. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
So we go to the usual around table. Ermanno, where are you right now in the world?
I'm in Naples, actually. So easily.
Oh
Quite
man,
easy.
I really miss the food from Italy. Anyway, that's a different topic. I can talk for that for like an hour. Vincenzo, where are you right now? Anzi,
Fiorenzo.
Fiorenzo, where are you right now?
I am in Reggio Emilia, Italy.
Nice. And Yuri?
I'm in Bolzano, Italy.
Nice. Well, we're gonna keep this panel in English, even if everyone is Italian, because we have over 200 people live right now following from everywhere in the world. So let's go actually for some of the first questions that we got. Let's see. So for Yuri, have you already defined a roadmap for the next feature to integrate in NX?
Yeah, actually, we have on our GitHub repository, if you go to the issues, there is actually like a pinned issue, which is like titled NX11, I think. And there we basically have the main milestones, which we have for like nearly the end of the year, more or less. And the goal there is basically, as far as I remember out of my head, is we will improve like node support. Obviously, we will continue like to improve the Angular support. That's like one of our main parts in NX anyway. And then there is also support for like more traditional backends, like Java, for instance. So it's still possible right now at the moment to have Java in an NX monorepo, but it's not optimal in terms of developer experience, right? And so we're kind of trying to optimize that. And then there's a final thing, which is also working, what I kind of mentioned in the talk a bit, is like still improving the whole like speed, but like for monorepos, which are really large. And so that point is basically to implement some kind of incremental builds, which is possible thanks to now having like that local caching in NX Cloud. And so now we can really work on that part as well.
Super interesting. Is it Ermanno or Fiorenzo? Are you using NX in any sort right now, or what kind of solution are you using to build, like, make sure that your teams works most productive with Angular application? Maybe Fiorenzo, you want to start?
We tried to use, but we come back because we are not expert of this, and in some cases we have too many applications with really different Angular version and with limited team. The problem is if you have 3 people to work on a simple project, it's not simple to share all the same libraries in all project because you pay attention to a simple project for 1 month and you stop to develop for 1 year. It's not a continuous project. I think it's a better way to use when you have a big project and the develop is continuous and you have a lot of modules. Monorepo is the best way. But for a simple project where you change continuous the focus for your team, I think it's not the best way to developing. But this
That's
is a
super
simple
interesting.
experience.
Oh no, that's super interesting. That's actually one of the best part, having kind of like both speaker and sponsor in the same panel, so we can see how can for the different needs we can use different tooling. Ermanno, what do you think? When do you think? How can you best be productive with Angular with the large projects or even small projects?
Yeah, so actually what we are doing is using a lot of code generation. So because of course always you have to do API and interfaces and you're building like backend and frontend, and most of the cases we have medium-sized project where we start quietly from scratch. So we have the greens, right? And so we are starting defining the API, and starting from that we use a lot of tools to do code generation. And basically what we do is build backend Java-based microservices and use OpenAPI tools to build the interfaces. We have done a lot of plugin and Mojo integration to perfect the generation part. And apart from that, we start creating a lot of libraries for the interfaces for the Angular project. So we are not on monorepo because we are doing continuous integration, building libraries for the interface connection. But I have to say we are switching to, because now that we see that the burden that's actually causing us to update the library and then update again, and then if there is a little fix you have to do, you have to redeploy the library. So you can definitely do that. But when you want to achieve also speed in the integration, it's better to go on monorepo in my opinion. And I felt that...
I want to take this part because it's super interesting. Based on what we're talking right now, depending on the shape of the project, you may or may not need monorepo, but as you notice, eventually the project luckily grows enough that maybe creates some burner. So Yuri, what will be in that case if you're not starting first as a greenfield monorepo and you kind of want to step in to kind of like gain the benefits we say usually is a brownfield? What will be a nice approach to gain to this kind of like feature from NX or a general monorepo structure?
Yeah, I think like both what Fiorenzo said and Ermanno are super valid points. And I think especially in the case for Ermanno, you could obviously move over project by project, right? You could just start slowly migrating them over. And he's actually perfectly describing the use case, which I also kind of mentioned in the talk, right? Where you have really the backend also as part of your monorepo, because that's when you really have all the benefits. You can have a shared library which represents the interfaces. For some clients, we even do the same. We use OpenAPI to generate those interfaces based on the backend, and so they basically land inside an NX library, and you already have them updated in your front-end project. And I think the overarching part here is, or the cool thing about the monorepo in general, is that in those cases, basically you work on a feature branch, but you can run the tests really across all the various parts that have been affected, right? You don't have to just run them isolated in your own project and then isolate in that other project, which is the backend API, but you can really run them across. And if you have some couple of end-to-end tests even, then you can run across those integrations as well. Also what Fiorenzo said is perfectly valid. I think recently we actually started seeing people adopt NX also in the smaller projects. Obviously NX is shines, if you want, like in a super large project, because like it has all those built-in automations which like give you all the speed and incremental improvements and those kind of things. For small projects where I find it interesting, and actually before now I worked at a company where we also adopted NX, and we had a similar situation. We had just like 3-4 developers focusing on like a couple of projects, and I perfectly feel what Fiorenzo says, like is that you have like that project which you develop for 2 months and then it kind of sits there. You still have to do maintenance, but no one pays you at the moment, right? So it's still kind of sitting there. And then like a year after, the client comes to you and says like, yeah, I want now that feature, right? And so the thing is like, that's something you have to decide basically, whether you want to do some small maintenance kind of over time, right? Where you just like upgrade Angular for all of them. And that obviously might need you to take a look at that small project which you haven't touched like for a couple of months and do some minor adjustment. But the thing is, like, I think you save much more over time doing those small incremental fixes as you like upgrade the entire monorepo than like coming back to an old project after a year and then doing a big bang like migration, which you have already done for another project, right?
Yeah, that's super interesting because, to be fair, it's not only Angular; it can be any project, backend, front end. What's like how you create a process in your company where you do some sort of like incremental upgrade of your library, of your language, of your TypeScript versioning, instead of like jumping like at the last minute when you need it. I think finding the balance and the process around in every company is always kind of like challenging. I want to move to a different topic right now. I want to go back a little bit to Ermanno, and there's a question that says, apart from the higher quarter incentive, you think it will be advisable from an easy of use offered point of view to use Apple Map API as opposed to Google?
Okay, so good question. So what I want to say is that most of the features are covered by both products. Maybe with Google Maps, you will find a little bit of more feature with the API integration for places and also for getting reviews on the points and locations on the map. But I have to say that what can make the difference in your decision is that the fact that the documentation of Google is actually more easy to read. There are a lot of examples, so it's another point of view that actually sticks a lot. But what I have expected is that, what I've seen is that the Google Maps library is actually improved a lot and is actually, working on projects. So I have to say that we will see a lot of things coming out of it. So it's an investment, and I think it was positive for us, and I will advise to at least take a look at it.
Nice. Yeah, documentation is always a key part, especially because if you don't understand how to use the API, I think you're never going to hit the quota anyway. I want to talk more about EGT group. There is a question about, you use Angular for mobile apps, complete apps, and also for micro frontend module. Can you share experience also about Ionic or a different way of like, or single CNON modules live update? Yeah, if you can share a little bit more about your approach with mobile apps and Angular would be super interesting.
We started to develop on Angular from the Angular 2, and we were a Java developer, and the TypeScript was the best language to start to develop JavaScript application. JavaScript was the devil for us, and with TypeScript become the natural language to develop a web application. And we reuse Angular also in mobile application with hybrid approach, because it's more simple to use the same developer on different projects. And but in mobile application, today I started to think about enterprise mobile application, where the customer asks to you to use single sign-on or mobility, and also you must live update because they want new feature in lifetime without redeploy in all place. And also you must change your way to develop application, because you can't have a big monolith on a mobile app, but you can have a little application, and using single sign-on in mobility, you can share the information about the user. It's you can find some open source plugins like Cordova, but sometimes the quality is not the same, and you must pay attention for that. And also another interesting thing when you start with mobile is I would like to use the same approach when we deploy on Docker application. Push the button and with my CI deploy on the store. Today you can't. You can use something like AppFlow, but you arrive to give the APK to the storage, but you must pay your time to deploy really. And it's interesting world using the same tools like web application. And this is my experience. I don't know what do you think about.
I think that definitely you bring a valid point that simplicity and I think the beauty of open source is definitely that gives a lot of like free tooling, but there is always kind of like a delicate balance between the documentation, as we mentioned before, and also how simple can be integrated with other open source software or proprietary software like AWS services or Docker or other solutions. So it's kind of always interesting to see what's every company they found their balance. Do you have? Is it your company having like sharing more with the talks or like even like articles or like public documentation on how you build things inside and with the rest of the community, or are you thinking to do it soon?
We try to share internally with courses or other way to share the knowledge, because sometimes you spend a lot of time to solve a bug, and if you share between teams, and all people gain time to deploy to solve that. And also I try to collaborate with public forum, sharing my idea or sharing some knowledge. My best place is GitHub. When I have an idea, I will create a repository to share something. For example, last year we created a new content management system to try Micronaut technology in Java, and on front end to try to develop dynamically web form using to use in website. And this is common. You have an idea, you share with all on GitHub, and it's not simple.
I always,
audience.
I personally follow Yuri on GitHub. I'm like, oh, Yuri like this repo. Let me see it. Maybe it's a nice one. It's a nice one as well. Going back to Yuri, I think there is a conversation that I wanna moving forward about. Like someone asked on if do you have an on-prem solution for NX Cloud?
Yeah, sure. So right now we have obviously the public-facing one, but a lot of enterprise, especially larger corporations, of course, ask for like on-premise hosting, where they host everything basically. And we have started that a while back. We're currently beta testing that with a couple of clients, so in private beta. But you should be able to get that going quickly or very soon. So we're working on that. We actually, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to go more about NX Cloud. Can you also share a little bit what's the difference between, there's a question on how do you set up local caching with NX, and what is the difference with the NX Cloud? If you can cover a little bit that as well.
Yeah, sure. So basically, right now, if you use NX, you already have that local caching activated. So you don't have to do anything. In fact, like you could just like try to run like a bunch of tests. And so if you run them the first time, they will probably run through. And then if you run them a second time, you will see that at the very back, like at the very end of the log, you should see some kind of a note that this was pulled out of the cache. So that cache, however, sits just on your local work machine. Like it's usually in the node modules folder. You can kind of configure it if you want, but that's the default. The thing with NX Cloud is that we found that, and this is also kind of, if you know Bazel, this is a kind of similar philosophy. You want to distribute that across your team. That's when it really gets beneficial, and especially on the CI system. Because like, we all know that, especially if you're kind of bigger company, like there are a lot of MRs, which like you implement the feature in an hour and then you like try it for 3-4 hours to get that into master, right? Because like the builds are slow, they're kind of like piling up.
Especially,
right?
especially when there is an incident. Especially when there is an incident that you you made a revert, and then you're like, okay, I have to insert this new fix, and it's like, oh, I have to wait 30 minutes or an hour for the CI. You're like, how can we speed up that part? Especially when you have a project that you want to insert a fix right away.
Yeah, and then cloud-based does nothing else really than kind of synchronizing your local cache to some central place, and then all of your people can benefit from, even the CI system itself. And since like CI obviously builds a lot of different kind of things, different branches and different like versions of your repository, you get a lot of caching from that as well, right? And so over time, we'll continue obviously adding new stuff to NXCloud. Like we have already now the single run views, which basically you can see like the failed projects and whatever, like in a much cleaner way than just like looking at CI logs. But yeah, like that's kind of the difference mostly. And you can use it for free. Like you can register and you have 5 hours a month for free.
So I think looking at some of the questions, there is definitely a theme on understanding when is the right time to use the monorepo, and kind of like, I think there is a bigger theme of people asking if I have different packages soon, if I have different version of libraries. What do you think? What do you think is kind of like even the easier way to just learn it, to kind of like trying this way and then take your own consideration with it? Because I think like you have to try it to just kind of like, get comfortable with it at the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's actually like what Fiorenzo kind of mentioned. Because like you could even, if today, like you're accustomed to have different Angular CLI projects, then maybe like tomorrow you start a new one and just like try an X. Because like in the end, it's just like something that sits on top of the Angular CLI. So you're not really losing anything. And you could even kind of, with some little work, even backport it to Angular CLI if for some reason you want to, right? But even in that case, with just like one single application, you could just like start an X. You could even build it the very same way you do right now with Angular CLI. So just have one app with all the folders in there and everything. And then I would encourage you to, over time, kind of try to think about those apps and library concepts, because then you just could have that one single app and slowly split out things, like take just one folder, or usually like the utilities are the easiest ones, right? Because like they kind of are independent already. You just like move them to the libs folder, and then you start doing that with the features.
It seems like you want to share something.
No, I mean it's of course it's perfectly. The utilities are stateless, so it's the most important part to start, picking it up and putting in the libraries, and also because our utilities are most of the time commons and shared. So definitely on that point, I agree.
Yeah, and so that's the easiest way to. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
You want to say, Vincenzo? Fiorenzo?
My consideration is that I think monorepo is also for experienced developer. It's the second generation of Angular developer, because you must have a person that pay attention when change something, because you can broke all things. Okay, you must have a really serious organization to use this type of project, because if you have a young boy that change stupid things, he can broke all things in one moment without paying attention for that. Because if you have a lot of libraries, you can change something without have a really strong test to prove you're changing. And this is important. For me, the next level of my developer should be prepared for that. Okay, in this moment it's really difficult, because you must pay attention the balance between continuous maintenance of product and developing some minutes to deploy. Okay, it's a balance of different exigencies in your team. And also the customer,
right,
if you can do that always. You update all libraries in all moments, but normally it's not that. Okay.
Hey, I did that. Those are very common problems. I think there is even in my experience with in my past companies, there is definitely a challenge when you go from 4 engineers to 10 to 20, and how do you integrate with the interns? How do you integrate with more senior? I think is something that I kind of wish actually we talk more in conference about it. I think like we talk a lot about how to work with technology, and I think we should have more on how we talk between people and how we define different process for different moments of the company. I think this is going to be probably a bigger conversation in the next few years that we're going to see in different conferences. But I want to actually conclude with each one of you. Please share. What's your Twitter, where people can read more about your work, where people can even join your company if you have open position. And yeah, we'll start with Ermanno.
Okay, so you can definitely reach me on Twitter at Ermanno Battista. So it's my name and my surname, pretty easy. And also, if you want to send if you want, you can see the website fervento.com. Drop us an email. We will reach out just to have a friendly conversation. So we are really eager to get in touch with you, just to have community-based conversation, right? So
Fiorenzo.
My company Citigroup continuously find developer because we have a lot of project that starts. You can find us on LinkedIn or with our website ectgroup.it. My personal Twitter is Fiorenzino. It's the name of little flower in Italian. Okay, and also on GitHub. If you find Fiorenzo Pizza, the surname is very common. You can find me. Okay. Thank you.
Amazing. I love it. I mean, to be fair, my last name is Zizzamia, so it's it's a fun to have Italian last names. Yuri, what about you and your company?
Yeah, so on Twitter you can find me at Yuri SDR, everything together. I have a website on yuri.dev. NX is available on nx.dev. So we have docs up there and how to get started. From the Narwhal site, narwhal.io, like nrwl.io, we have our company website. We are continuously hiring as well. So we have some open positions there. If you're curious, if you want to check that out, definitely go there and apply.
Amazing. For everyone that is listening, there are several questions that we didn't have time to cover, so feel free to reach out everyone, the speaker and the conference and the sponsor through Twitter or through their website. Again, it's true that we are remote, but it doesn't mean we can try to be connected, at least online. Thank you everyone for joining us on this panel, and hopefully soon we're gonna see again in live.
Thanks.
Bye. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
And now we move on to the next speaker. Nishu, she's going to share more about Angular libraries with V10. So without further ado, enjoy.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for being here and attending the session today. I hope you've been learning new and interesting stuff since the start of the event. And I'm going to be talking about building and configuring Angular libraries with Angular 10. And most of the session would revolve around understanding why do we need libraries? Do we need them at all? Then we look at if there's any specific architecture or design that needs to be followed. And finally, we'll go ahead and build our library step by step. So let's jump right in. Before we start, about myself, so my name is Nishu Goyal and I work as a front-end engineer, well now a full-stack engineer at a company called The DataWorks. I'm a Microsoft MVP and a Google developer expert in web technologies. And whenever I have any free time or something interesting to share, I would write code labs or blog posts around that. So yeah, let's get started. So the first thing that comes to our mind whenever we see a topic like libraries or web components is that why do we need these at all? What is the use case? For example, my employer has asked me to build this particular feature. I don't want to get into the hassle of building it the web component way, which is the hard way, right? Or the library way. So why do you want to do that? And let's take a scenario to understand this, right? And I'll take my own example here. So I was working on a project where I was building this feature, which was like more time consuming and, did require quite some effort. And at the end of it, I was quite proud of building it. And, I would show everybody that, see, I've built this. And after some time, I changed projects and I'd come across a similar requirement. And that's when I had this passing thought that, maybe I could use the same code that I had written there. And after a few days, a colleague of mine comes to me, the same colleague who I was showing the project to, being proud of it. He comes to me and says that he would want to, use the code that I had written there, because he also comes across a similar requirement. And that's when the idea of reusability strikes me. That's when I, understand that this exactly is the use case. This is why people would want to build a particular feature in the form of a library or a web component, because the rest of your, such requirements would be sorted then. So I get curious about libraries and, start exploring more about this. And the first thing that I found is that in programming, library is basically defined as a collection of pre-compiled routines that a program can use. And this statement kind of justifies why, what we were just talking about. So we need some ready feature which was created once and, it's ready to be used. And then a program can just import it maybe and use it. And some of the things that a library contains would be maybe one component or multiple components, or just a module which contains components or services, etc. And it has a shareable code and a reusable functionality. And a library has a dedicated code for a feature. So for example, for your application, you were looking for a virtual scroll functionality, and you go look for this functionality, and then you find exactly the library that does just that. So that's the dedicated code, for virtual scroll feature for your application, right? So we consider that, we can create our library, and the feature that we're going to do can be done as a library actually. But at first, it doesn't seem to be a very beginner friendly job, right? We still go ahead and look at the different features, and if we can find some information related to the architecture or design. So the first thing that we find is the features of an Angular library. That an Angular library should be platform independent, which means we should be able to run it with applications using server-side rendering or maybe web workers. And our library should be bundled and distributed, because kind of that's why we are building our library, right? To be able to share it with everyone, the feature. And our library should be AOT compilation ready. So we should be able to build it and compile it ahead of time. That's when, we think that maybe if there could be this one place where we could find, information related to the file layout or things to do and not to do when doing your first Angular library, right? And Angular package format is exactly that document. This document basically tells that, this is the recommended way to build and package your Angular libraries. And if, this is the way followed, then your Angular library would be seamlessly integrating with the rest of the Angular ecosystem. And some of the things that it mentions are about module definitions, about typing files, metadata files, and about entry point. Now, these terms seem quite new to us as an Angular library newbie, but let's, get going and we'll understand these. And then let's look at, the steps that the document says that, are involved in the process of creation of a library, the document or any information like that. So the first thing that we should do when building our library is inline all the styles and the templates. And the reason for that is we do not want to have 4 different files when our component, goes through the compiler, and it should be all be in just one TS file. And the next step that it does is actually it goes through the NGC compiler for the compilation, and then we produce different bundles and different build formats, and those are ESM 2015, ESM5, and UMD formats. And ESM5 is basically a combination of ES5 and the import exports from ES6. But as you see, it's striped off here, and the reason for that is with Angular package format version 10, which came with Angular 10. We no longer need to have the ESM5 build format, and we'll look at the reason for this a bit later. So we saw that there were a lot of new terms like module definition, entry files, and AOT ready metadata file. And how do we create them? Those we don't know how to, right? And that's when it turns out that okay, there's this library that does all of these things for us already. So we don't need to do, we don't need to create the styles, inline them, and all that. So ng packager is exactly that library that allows us to, build and package our libraries using a single command. And let's look at what all it does for us, right? So it creates the libraries in the Angular package format, first of all. So it takes care of its compatibility and integration with the other Angular application or libraries. It creates all the build formats of the bundles that required. It also creates the type definition files. It also creates the metadata file, and it basically inlines all the styles and the templates. So you don't need to manually inline them, or you don't need to use the CLI flags to inline the template or the styles. So this is basically half of the task done by ng Packager. It also creates the flat bundles for us. For example, if we were creating an ESM 2015 bundle, it would also create a flat bundle of that, which is FESM 2015. And ng Packager was used as an individual library before, but now it's integrated with the Angular CLI. And we, as an end user, or call ourselves a developer who's building, the first Angular library, we only interact with Angular CLI, and that, uses ng Packager under the hood and does all these tasks for us, which is like creating the entry file and things like that. And now that we know that we are using ng Packager behind the hood, there are a few configurations required for the Angular CLI to run ng Packager. And we need to specify the entry file and the destination. So in the destination, it goes the folder that creates all the build content, which is the dist folder of our library, and entry file as any file that you want to give, in this case, public API TS file. And if you want to understand what an entry file is, think of it like the face of your library. This is what interacts with the other, applications or other libraries. This is what tells that, this is the library, this is what the library is providing, and you can use these in the, when you consume this library. So it looks something like this. So you export a component, a module, a directive, a service, anything that you want to export from your library. And then you can simply export it just like the regular import in our Angular application. So now that we understand this whole flow, we can visualize this a bit better with this image that you see here. So we basically have library files, which contains the entry file, which is the public API TS file. We have all the TS files, which are the feature that we have, the logic that we have written for the feature that we are building, and the package.json, which contains the name and versioning info of your library. All of this goes through ng Packager. ng Packager converts our library into Angular package format, and it creates all the typing files, which is the d.ts files. It creates the other package.json, which is for your build folder, build package, and then it creates all the bundles in different build formats. And before we actually go and do a step-by-step guide for our library building, let's actually look at what's different with Angular 10 that we need to take care of when building our library with Angular 10. So step one is that we need to add tslib as a direct dependency to the primary entry point, which can be whatever scope name you want to give, and then the name of your library, or just the name of your library. And if you also want to know what a secondary entry point is, consider it like, for example, @angular/common/http. So the other thing that we need to take care of with Angular 10, which we've already discussed, is we no longer need to have ESM5 or the flat ESM5 build format bundles with Angular package format 10, since with Angular 10, we have the new browser default config, and which means that the ES5 browsers are not supported anymore. And if you still want to support them, you can down level to ES5 to support the ES5 browsers, and that happens at the end of the build process. So we don't need to have the bundles as such for our library in this build format. So finally, now that we understand all of that, we can go ahead and do some code, right, to build our library. So step one that we need to do in this process is create a workspace where we'll create our library. We don't need to have an Angular application to be creating our library inside that. So we create a workspace using ng-new and the name of the workspace, and pass the create application flag as false to ensure that we're not creating an Angular application. And that's when you can use ng-generate library schematic, ng-generate schematic to generate your library. And as you see, it creates all the contents of your library inside this projects folder. And this basically means that you can have multiple projects inside this workspace that you've created. You can have an Angular application, you can have your libraries in here. So all of those configurations will be mentioned here in your Angular JSON. Inside the projects object that you see here, you can see klib, which is a library. The project type is mentioned as library, and consuming, which is an application, and the project type for that is mentioned as an application. So you can have multiple, applications or libraries running inside this one workspace. And when you're happy with the feature that you've built for your library, you can actually go ahead and build your library using ngbuild and the name of your library. And you see that, the same things that we have discussed happen here. It goes through ngc compiler, compiles it, bundles it to different formats, to the flat modules, to the UMD modules. And as you see that there's this warning which says that currently we can't publish IV libraries to NPM, but as per the latest roadmap from Angular, we know that this is the next thing that we look forward to. And once we've built these, and this is the structure of our build folder, we can then go ahead and pack our library because we want to share it with the colleague from earlier, or maybe on NPM with everybody. So we pack our library using npm pack, and then we can, we see that this package is generated, which is a tarball file here. And the format of the name that is generated is the name of your library, followed by the version of your library, .tgz, which is the extension of the package that you've created. And then you can export, give it this package to everyone who wants to use it. And now let's go ahead and actually see if we can locally use it first. So I create another project, which is an application inside the same workspace. You can create a new workspace or a new application altogether, and then do an npm install and give the local path to that package that you just created. That would simply install and show the listing of your package inside your package.json. But as you see here, this is preceded by file : and this basically means that this is installed locally. So you go ahead and now you can import whatever is exported from the entry file of your library. And as you can see, we are importing the module which was exported from the library. And then we can use whatever is mentioned inside that. So we want to use this component which is contained inside this module, techniquelib module. And then let's see if we can see it on the UI. So you see that we don't have any HTML, any consuming application. However, we have this just this one selector which is coming from the library. And this looks very basic, but think of, for example, a cron builder, right? You need a cron builder functionality inside your application, and this is a whole chunk of task in itself, and you don't want to write it, write the whole thing inside your application. So you go look for a library, and you find this library that does the UI and the functionality for your cron building, and you put that here, and that's this one, like one component of your application running by the help of the library. So what about publishing? You also want to publish your library, right? So this is basically 3 steps. You should be logged into NPM. You should give a name and the version of your library. If you want to read about versioning, it follows semantic versioning, and you can read at semware.org. And finally, you can publish it using the access flag as public or private, whichever you want, private or public. And since there are so many repositories on NPM, you might want to, consider give a name which is unique, and the best way to deal with it is, just give your account name, which would be then your scope name. And even if you give very common names after that, it will still exist and belong to you. It will still exist under your, account name. And this is something, how it will look. So these are the different files that you can see under your account name. And with this, we were able to build our library, configure our library, package our library, use it locally, and also publish it to NPM. But what about projects where there are complex applications or, complex libraries or many libraries at once? That's when you can, explore more about NX. NX does exactly that. You can have multiple libraries inside one workspace. And some of the advantages with NX are that the imports would be very easy since all of it is located inside one workspace. So NX helps us with that. And the second thing that it helps us with restricting dependencies. So for example, you have this one application inside a workspace and 3 other libraries inside the same workspace. So you can specify that this application can use, packages, import packages from library A and B, but not library C. So this is like restricting the dependencies for your package. So yeah, you can dive deeper into NX if you're interested and read more about that. And these are some of the great resources that I would like to put here if you want to later follow these. And in the end, I would just like to thank you all very much. And if you would like to connect with me, you can follow me here at Twitter at this username. Thank you very much.
And now we continue with the final sponsor of today, NGRome 2020 online edition. The final sponsor is Key Partner. With KeyPartner, they've been collaborating with us already from last year, and in 2020 they are coming back to helping us support both the online edition and the in-person edition for next year. Remember, we're going to show the video. Make sure that if you have questions for both Nishu and the sponsor, write it down and share it with us through Slido. We have the link of Slido both on the description on YouTube, and we publish the link on Twitter. Without further ado, let's learn more about KeyPartner. Enjoy.
Ciao a tutti e di nuovo benvenuti alla versione online della conferenza NGRome 2020. Mi presento, sono Raul Valentini, il responsabile del Digital Hub di KeyPartner, ossia la factory interna all'azienda per lo sviluppo di applicazioni web a livello enterprise. Anche quest'anno KeyPartner si onora di essere golden sponsor di questa conferenza. Dico anche quest'anno perché la nostra storia di collaborazione parte fin dalla prima edizione nel 2019. Ma l'impegno di KeyPartner nelle community non si esaurisce con la sponsorizzazione di questi eventi. Internamente promuoviamo affinché le nostre risorse, i nostri collaboratori siano parte attiva delle varie community di riferimento. Qua potete vedere 3 esempi di speech fatti da nostri collaboratori presso la community NGRome. Ma parliamo adesso un po' di noi e di un po' di numeri. KeyPartner è sul mercato da più di 10 anni, può contare su 2 sedi principali, una a Roma e una a Milano. Attualmente ha in organico più di 150 persone, con più del 70% con almeno una certificazione. Sulla destra potete vedere i nostri centri di competenza e quelle tecnologie per i quali siamo riconosciuti come partner certificati. I nostri servizi spaziano dalla consulenza a livello professionale allo sviluppo in-house di soluzioni DevOps, di System Integration, di Data Management, all'utilizzo il livello Enterprise dei vari provider cloud come Amazon AWS, Azure o Google Cloud Platform e ovviamente allo sviluppo di applicazioni web di livello Enterprise. Ma adesso basta parlare di noi, vorrei che a raccontarvi l'esperienza KeyPartner siano le voci dall'interno. Vi lascio quindi a questo breve video, augurandovi un buon continuo di conferenze e sperando di vederci presto nel prossimo anno, dal vivo. Grazie a tutti.
Il mio rapporto con i colleghi è il rapporto che si può avere con degli amici, questo proprio perché appunto il clima è molto giovane e noi ci sentiamo comunque legati, parliamo la stessa lingua, che è quella data anche dalla nostra età sicuramente, e soprattutto nutriamo lo stesso interesse. Il nostro lavoro è anche la nostra passione.
Perché famiglia? Famiglia perché è sicuramente ciò che poi la rende differente dalle grandi aziende. L'essere familiari, l'essere vicini, avere un rapporto diretto con i colleghi, anche con i nostri superiori, è quello che poi ci rende uniti, no? Che magari può fare la differenza.
La differenza tra KeyPartner e un'azienda grande in realtà un gioco di parole. KeyPartner è una grande azienda, ma se vogliamo guardare proprio all'aspetto letterale del termine, la differenza principale è che qui sei seguito e ti senti in qualche modo all'interno di una community che per persone diciamo più giovani sicuramente è un fattore molto importante.
Io ogni qualvolta che ho un problema, la prima cosa che faccio dopo aver magari ricercato la possibile soluzione sul web è sicuramente confrontarmi con i miei colleghi, ed è quello che poi magari rende la soluzione del problema più vicina, perché ognuno di noi poi la condivide con l'altro e quindi con questo cosa accade? Che c'è una crescita personale e che poi viene condivisa con le altre persone.
Senza contare il fatto che questa è un'azienda che permette di seguire corsi di formazione ma anche di certificazione, e sicuramente questa è un'altra grande opportunità che offre KeyPartner.
And now we're coming back with one more speaker where Jannifer, she's going to talk about advanced Angular forms. But remember, at the end of the talk, we're going to do a live panel with Nishu, key partner, and Jannifer. And if you want to ask any question, go to Slido. And remember, if you want to stay in touch with us on Twitter, you can find us on NGRome Conf, or just kind of like write on the hashtag NGRome 2020, where 2020 is in Roman numbers, NGRome. Okay, let's move on. Jannifer, Advanced Angular Forms. Enjoy.
Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be speaking at NGRome this year. Of course, I much rather would have been there with you all in person, but I'm really, really grateful that the organizers were able to turn this into an online event to make sure that we are all still able to spread the Angular knowledge and Angular love. I really miss conferencing a lot. I will have to say the thing I miss the most is the hallway track, though. It's really easy to have organic conversations with people. I really enjoy hearing the kind of things that attendees are struggling with and the problems you all are having, because I feel like it helps me create really good content that can help people. So that's something I'm missing a lot. And I will say, if you're like me, if you're missing that hallway track of conferences, because online conferences quite haven't figured out how to emulate that feeling, there's actually an Angular Discord that started. It's not related to conferences, but if you're just kind of craving that community, it's open to anyone. You can go to discord.gg/Angular and join. There's an introductions channel, so I'd encourage you to introduce yourself. There's great places to ask questions. There's topics based on technology, whether it's an Angular tool you're trying to figure out, or if you're not a native English speaker and you feel more comfortable in whatever your native language is, they do have channels broken out for that, for communication. So we definitely recommend, if you're kind of craving more of that community feel, to go check out the Angular Discord. But I am here today to talk to you about Angular Forms. My name is Jannifer Wadella. You can follow me on Twitter at @OMG@Sveti. I'm the director of Angular development at Bitovi. We're a kind of boutique JavaScript consulting shop. We specialize in front end. I lead our Angular development team, so I help people with anything they need, if it's a code audit, if it's mentoring, if it's just a senior level architect, or even staff augmentation. So feel free to reach out if those are things you might need help with. I'm an Angular GDE, and I'm also a panelist on the Angular show with Brian Love and Aaron Frost, two awesome gentlemen. We have a lot of fun with this podcast. We're actually in the middle of working on our RxJS series. We recently released a state management series, which is kind of a sequence of posts or podcasts that you can listen to. And then we interview, guests based on what's going on, what they're interested in, and talk about community stuff. So definitely check that out. When we're not in a pandemic, I would consider myself an international speaker. I enjoy traveling a lot. And I'm a kombucha brewing crazy plant lady. I've been brewing kombucha for a couple years now, so it was actually a pre-pandemic hobby. I did not get into the sourdough craze like I know a lot of people did. And definitely a crazy plant lady, which has only escalated since quarantine. I think I'm over 30 right now, so there's a good portion of my week that's dedicated to watering plants. And that's just a little bit about me. But we're really here to talk about Angular Forms and how to deal with advanced Angular Forms situations. And kind of what I want to drive home with this talk is, when you're dealing with these complicated situations, I see a lot of people kind of like reach for third-party libraries or abstraction libraries, when really the problem is you don't know what you don't know about the Angular Forms API. It's really a lot more robust than a lot of people realize, and there's so much utility built in there that you're not even aware of. Because we kind of get into this problem where, we're trying to push out features. We've got sprint planning, like we only have a certain amount of time to get a task done. So you have a problem that gets dropped in your lap. And so you try and find the quickest way from point A to point B. How do you solve the problem? That might mean going to Stack Overflow. That might mean, finding a blog or a YouTube video, or something like that. But the problem is you implement it and then you move on. There's not a lot of time for research or discovery, or sometimes really understanding all the options that might have been available to you. And very, very common problem, but for forms being such a big part of what we deal with all the time, we don't realize the power that the Forms API gives us and the way we solve these problems, because so often we're just sitting there, okay, what's the fastest way for me to figure this out? How do I move on? What you don't realize is, for the very, very low price of this importing the reactive forms module, you get so many things. You get validators. There are a lot of built-in validators that people aren't aware of. You get built-in value accessor directives. These are actually ways that you can go ahead and bridge between your elements and stuff going on in your forms and your form controls. You have status directives. NG control status is what's actually giving you your classes. So as you interact with a form control and you've ever noticed that you get like an NG invalid class added or something like that, that control status directive is what's doing that functionality. A lot of times I do see people that are kind of implementing their own stuff like this where, okay, they have a form, they get the input of that form value, they write their own validation to check whether it's right or not, and then they go and they apply a class to the DOM, not realizing that Angular already does this all for us as long as you know how to implement it correctly. And then finally, we have form control directives. And the form control directives are actually really the only difference in importing when you're importing the forms module versus the reactive forms module. The reactive forms module gives you these form control directives, the form array name, form control directive, form control name. And these are directives that allow us to tie our DOM elements, like an input, for instance, to a form control that we have created. There are a lot of these, what I'm going to call advanced form scenarios, issues that people are running into that are outside your basic, like first name, last name, email form. That people are running into, like changing input requiredness depending on the states of other inputs, handling custom validation, anything outside of just required or maybe something that needs to match an email. Adding and removing inputs dynamically, creating custom reusable form elements, consuming third-party libraries, or starting to implement web components. There's been a really big shift towards using monorepos, and you might be managing multiple apps that you want to have a cohesive look and feel, and so we're starting to rely on creating design systems and web components that implement those design systems and then can be used agnostically across frameworks. But when we're porting a web component into an Angular app, especially if that web component is, let's say, a type ahead or something that has form functionality, figuring out how to bring that in a cohesive way can be a struggle. Also, a lot of people are creating really robust applications based on dynamic JSON structures that are supposed to dictate how their form should look like, and so kind of figuring that out can be a bit of a struggle. Or if you're in a situation where you're kind of chunking functionality for forms across different components or maybe across routes, being able to access like one parent form group and kind of to tie the controls together, that can be a really, really tricky situation to deal with. So these are a whole bunch of like really complex kind of situations that we're dealing with on forms. And at the end of this talk, I want you to have a really good idea of how to solve a lot of these just by using the Forms API without having to do any crazy magic, just relying on everything that the Angular team has already given us. I kind of want to be your Maria. I want to teach you the do, re, mi's of forms. So if you've never seen The Sound of Music, Maria wants to sing with the children and they tell her they don't know how to sing. And so she's like, okay, well, how do I teach you how to sing? All right, well, I'll start by teaching you the notes. I'll teach you do, re, mi. And so I feel like it's very much the same about forms. If you learn the do, re, mi's of forms, you can create these beautiful form songs to kind of build whatever you want. So as far as the do, re, mi's of forms go, at least in my opinion, the first basic building block we have is the form control. This is the most basic piece we have. It ties it controls a value and then the state of that form, so the validation status. So if a form has a value, what that value is, and then whether it's been interacted with. So if it's been touched, if it's valid, if it's invalid, if it's enabled, if it's disabled. So that's our really basic piece. Then we have a form group. This is a group of form controls. So if you have some sort of structure that you need to submit, maybe you have an object full of key value pairs, you would start by creating a form group, and inside of that form group, you would have a key, and then the value would be that form control. And that's how you would get to the point that you could have a next structure that you could submit. And then we have form arrays, which, like a grouping an object, a form array will create an array of form controls or form groups you can nest anyway. It's just expecting it to be an array. So it's worth calling out that form control, form group, and form array are all extending this base class, this abstract control class. And I have this open on docs a lot to refer to because I find it really, really helpful if I just need to quickly navigate and see something that's available to use. So we have a variety of properties that are available in here. So the value props. So we want to know what the value of that form control is. We also have status props, valid, invalid, disabled, pending, whatever it may be. So all sorts of things you can hook into. There are also two observables that I use a lot. We have the value changes observable. So this is going to emit every time the value changes. And so you can subscribe to that to know when your value is changing if you need to do anything. And then similarly, we have status changes, again, an observable that's going to emit anytime the status changes. So if it changes from like valid to invalid, for instance, or vice versa, that observable is going to emit. And then a whole bunch of utility methods that are really helpful for us to really do anything we could need to do with form controls. So we can enable, we can disable our form control. Update value and validity is something I use quite a bit. If I've changed maybe validators on a form control and I want to trigger change detection, so that form control will be reevaluated based on the new validators it has. Update value and validity is a method for that. So just want to call to your attention, there's this base class, you can go and read about all the functionality you have and just figure out what you don't know, that you don't know about reactive forms and how controls work. So basic implementation of a form control, I am creating my control member on my class here. That's a new form control that I'm creating. And then in my template, I have an input, that's my DOM element. And then I'm using the form control directive to bind this, the form control I've created, my control, to that input element. So that means when a user types in their value in that input element, that form control, that value is going to be updated. So that value change is observable, that's going to emit with the value from that input. Our form group, I'll show you the structure for this first. I've got a form group here, and that is just going to contain 3 form controls. So key of first name, value of form control, last name, and email. And so in my markup here, I'm going to use the form group directive to tie that form group to this form. And then inside there, I can use the form control name directive. And so instead of using the form control directive and passing a control, I can pass a string. And then it's going to look inside of its parent form group for that string and then pull the control that's tied to that key. So that's what that would look like. And then we have our form array, which again, I'll show you the structure here where I'm creating a new form array. And you'll notice there aren't key value pairs here. We just have form groups. And each of those form groups has controls like we saw in the structure above. So when it comes to binding this, I can still use the form group directive to bind at that parent level. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to iterate through my controls. So the user form has a property called controls. Inside of that prop, that's going to be that array of all our form groups. So as I'm iterating over this, each item in that controls array is going to be a form group. So I can again use my form group directive to bind on that form group. And then when I'm using my form control name directive, it's going to look in that form group for a form control of the name first name and return that form control for that binding. Not necessarily a note of forms per se, but kind of a concept to understand, again, is this ng control status. And so this is a directive that's automatically applied, that's going to apply the classes that you want to hook into and style for your validation. So a lot of times when something is invalid, we're going to highlight it in red. Maybe we'll change the text to red or something like that. This directive automatically applies those classes for you, so you can just hook in with your styling. And then our kind of like last last concept to understand is the concept of validation. And so we do have a lot of basic validators are at our disposal that are built in. So again, if you are sitting down to create some functionality and trying to figure out what you need to do, take a look at the built-in validators first before you do anything. We've got min, we've got max, we've got required true, all sorts of things. So we can create our validators like that. And then if you aren't able to meet your needs with one of those built-in validators, we have pattern validation. So this is pretty common if it needs to match something. I really like, if I'm dealing with regexes, to go ahead and slap that in a nicely named variable that explains what it is, so the person behind me doesn't have to be able to read regex really well to understand what's going on. And then there's the validators has a pattern validator that will just take a param that is whatever that pattern is, so you can simply pass the variable in that way. This is the same as if you've ever used like the pattern validation directive, which is available in the Reactive Forms API, but I tend to do everything in my component when dealing with reactive forms, but kind of same way that you would be passing that string in. And then finally, we have function validation. And so this is really, really powerful for dealing with dynamic situations. So a really good use case of this is if you're, if we're not in a pandemic and you're trying to book a flight, and you'll typically book like a start date and an end date. you would want to have a validation to make sure that your start date is not before, or your end date is not before your start date. So you could write a custom function validation that's going to take probably a first form control, the one you're trying to check the validity of, and it might take a second form control. And then you want to compare the value of that form control to the first form control to see if that end date is before the start date. And so you can just pass that into your validators array as just a plain function. You just need to make sure that it returns this object that's going to have a key that's going to represent the error. So for instance, if there are two validators on there, we have a required validator and an amount validator. We want to build out the errors object that we're going to get back with whatever the relevant error is, so we can show that. So for instance, if our errors is that the amount validator is incorrect, we want to display an appropriate error message for that versus just saying, oh, well, this field is required. So yeah, between the built-in validators, between pattern validation and function validation, there's not a lot that you need to do to handle really, really complex validation scenarios outside of the Forms API. Outside of the do-re-mis, we have form utilities, and these are just things that'll make it a little bit easier, a little bit cleaner for you to sing. So we have a couple directives. We've got our form control, our form group, and our form array name directives. And so I showed you examples of these earlier, where instead of tying to a form control, you can do a lookup by its name. And so it can just be a little bit easier and cleaner for writing your code. And then we also have the form builder, which is basically just shorthand syntax for creating form controls, groups, and arrays. With our form array directive, name directive, you would do something like this, where you've got your form array name and then you're passing it in the name of whatever that form array is inside of your component. This is an example of just how nice it is to use form name or form control name versus form control. So in this case, we have an array of flowers. Inside of that array, we have a form group, and then that form group has two form controls, one for type and one for color. And so in this example, we are iterating over all of our form groups inside of that form array. But then because we're still using the form control directive, we have to say, okay, well, our flowers are form group, but then we're going to access the controls property, and then we're going to access the control inside of there. Form control name just basically says, hey, okay, in this flower form group, go ahead and look up type, and it's going to look for a form control with name of type in there. So just nice, clean way to write. I wanted to kind of show what's going on here for the name directives, because when you're binding these to elements in the DOM, again, they're using that ng control status directive to get those classes applied. So for instance, if you're wanting to track like the validity of groups, a form array is going to be considered invalid if anything inside of it is invalid. So in this example, I have that form array name directive tied to kind of this DOM outline where you can see there, and you can see it's getting marked as invalid. It's getting that invalid class applied when one of the form controls inside of it is being interacted with and being deemed invalid. This is what form builder syntax looks like. So we inject form builder in our constructor. And then we can just call this .formbuilder.array, and it's going to expect you to pass in an array. Same with form group. And then when you're dealing with a form group and you pass it a key, we can just basically pass it an array. It's expecting the first thing in that array to be the value and the disabled status of the form control. But it's just going to assume that you're creating a form control at this point because you're passing in a key versus creating another form group or another array. All right, now we get to the super elite hacks. And so these are not necessarily like do-re-mis or building blocks or fundamentals, but these are kind of cool things to use to really get you through any complex form situation in a really nice way. So the first is the control value accessor, and the second is the control container. So the control value accessor creates a bridge from DOM elements to form control, so it helps link those two together without having to deal with like event emitters or anything like that. So essentially control value accessor is an interface, and it's got 3 different methods that you need to implement and an optional method. So the write value method is a method that is called anytime the form control is either instantiated or the value updates. So it'll get the new value. And so if you've got some sort of template where you're representing something based on that, you would want to update your template when the write value function is called. And then we have our register on change and our register on touch functions, which you want to call when somebody's interacting with your element, when you want to communicate with the form control that this is bound to. So on changed, you want to be sending whatever the value is that have changed, and on touched is basically if somebody has interacted with your form element. So implementing these might look something like this if we have created a new component and we're wrapping some sort of third-party library component. In this case, this is a type ahead, I think, from NGX Bootstrap. And so I've got this implemented in my template, and I've got these two methods. I've got a type ahead on select, and I've got a blur. And so these are the things that I care about for emitting the new value, and the blur event meaning that form has been touched. So in my wrapper component, I'm going to go ahead and implement the control value accessor. I'm going to implement those methods. And then from my type ahead, for instance, when that blur event is called, I'm going to trigger my untouched method, or when the select event is called, I'm going to trigger my onChange method with that new value. So that's one way to implement this, is building a wrapper component, or you can also create a directive that you can apply, or just use the selectors to use anything you want to create this bridge. It's actually kind of cool. I mentioned those control value accessor directives that are imported by the Angular reactive forms module already. This is actually how Angular is dealing with their form stuff under the hood, is they do have this class default value accessor that implements the control value accessor with those methods. And then if you look at the selector, it's actually targeting all of our DOM elements that are bound with the form control name directive or a form control directive, and kind of wiring up all the events there. So this is really how things are happening under the hood with reactive forms and tying things together. So kind of cool. If you want more information on the control value accessor, I've got some demo code and some talks that go really in depth, because it is kind of a high level concept. But again, this talk is about putting stuff on your radar and letting you know what you don't know about the reactive forms API. And then the next thing I use for all those weird situations is the control container. And so this is a base class for directives registering instances of the engine control. So that means what we can use this for is if we have a parent form group and stuff nested inside of it. Like, let's say we've got this big form here, but we have another component that has some form controls inside of it. We can access this parent form that we've created, this sample form, from our child component. And we can do that by, in our constructor, injecting the control container and getting the control, which is essentially going to be that parent group that it finds. And then we can use that to bind to a form group directive in our form. And then when we use our form control name directive here, we're going to say, hey, go find the form control called street inside of that original form group that we created in the parent form. Again, high level concept, lots more information for you here. I've got demo code and talks that you can take a look at whenever you have time. So let's talk recipes with these do-re-mis, because I want you to know about all this information, and then those complicated problems that we talked about before, have a high level understanding of how to actually use the API to go and solve these. So the first thing we talked about was when we need inputs to change based on other inputs. So what we can do is we can listen to the value changes observable of a form control that we need to make something happen based off of. The form control we care about changing, we can use the set validators method and actually set validators according to whatever that value change was on the form control we were checking before. And then we can call the update value and validity method. So that's going to trigger change detection, apply any relevant classes based on these new validators that we've applied. And all this functionality available from our abstract control class. So a lot of stuff ready to be used and built in for you. We can handle custom validation, those cases like the calendar date checkings, like I mentioned, by getting our comparison value. Again, we might use the value changes observable. We can create a validation function that takes a form control, maybe more than one form control to compare, and then pass that validator function that we've created to our form control validator array. When it comes to adding and removing inputs dynamically, when you start to dig into everything that's available with the abstract control class or what form array extends, the form array class actually has a couple different methods. And so it's got a push method, which will basically insert anything at the end of that form array. There's an insert method that takes a form control and an index and a parameter, so you can insert it anywhere you want in that array. And then there's a remove at method that takes an index, so it'll allow you to remove anything inside of your form array at that index. So you can use those methods to create and remove inputs dynamically. Similar methods exist on a form group, so you can add controls or register controls to a form group. So again, if you start digging into the abstract control class or look at the underlying form group and form array class, you can kind of see the methods that are available to manipulate those. With creating custom reusable form elements, we can use the control value accessor and just make sure that when we're implementing that interface that we're registering or we're writing up all the methods that we need to and wiring up our onChange and our onTouch methods to the way a user interacts with that component. And then the great part here is like with that custom component we've created, we can just use the either basic form control or form control name directive to bind whatever form control we've created to that custom component we've created. So no event emission or anything there. We can do something very similar if we're trying to consume third-party web components, where we can wrap our implementation in a component with a control value accessor, or we can create a directive that we either apply, or maybe we're just using the selector to target whatever our web component selector is. For creating forms dynamically based on JSON, we can iterate over a JSON object and create our form groups and form arrays and form controls as that structure dictates, and then iterate over it very similarly inside of our templates using that controls property for as you need to nest down and get stuff inside, and then utilize directives like ng-switch to kind of base what you're rendering based on the input type, if it's a radio, if it's a dropdown, anything like that. With accessing form groups across components or across routes, we use that control container. We can do that in a couple different ways. One is the way I showed you, where you inject it in the constructor and can get access to it that way. You can also provide it in the view providers, and then it'll get it from your parent automatically if you just need access to it from the template. Or you can actually inject the control container in the providers of the parent component where you've created the form, and that will make it available to all the children. So kind of a cool method there. It's also worth talking about there are just a bunch of best practices, pitfalls, and kind of random tips and tricks that don't really fall in the do-re-mis, but that are just super helpful. So the first one is a best practice: avoid the need to map and transform values. I see a lot of people, a lot of times they'll have this like submit function that they trigger, and they're kind of like mapping and chunking and doing weird things. It's really best if you start with the structure of the data that you want to submit, and then build your form and build your form controls based on that. That way you can just call form.value and get everything you need without having to worry about mapping, and then there are points of failure there and testing gets weird. So kind of start with your end result in mind and then build backwards your form controls based on that. Again, you want to use your .value method. There's like, I see code like this, even in presentations where somebody will be iterating over the controls and pushing out values and essentially building this map when the value is doing exactly that. It's mapping those keys, those names of those form controls to the values of the form controls. So it's doing all that heavy lifting for you. There's no need to write all this code. You can also avoid event emitters when you're dealing with form pieces interacting with each other just by using the control value accessor and the control container. And then just other cool things. Sometimes you'll be dealing with a form where you want to do validation, but only if it's been touched and only if it's been invalid. But if a user has never touched it and then they hit the submit button, what do you do then? So there's a really cool method on the form group or form array called mark all as touched that'll mark every control or everything inside of that as touched. If you're Angular 7 or below, you will have to actually go ahead and iterate over every control inside of something and call that control's mark as touched method. But kind of cool, two cool things there, just if you need to get that touch status updated on a form control. Typically when it comes to validation is when you'll use this. A lot of people ask about set value versus patch value. Set value basically has to match the structure of whatever you're trying to set values for. So if you're calling set value on a form group that has like 3 keys, like a first name, a last name, and an email, the object that you're passing set value must match that event exactly, or it's going to error. Patch value will accept a partial match. So it'll attempt to look up any keys inside of there and match it with the value that you're giving. So it's patching the value essentially. And then this is kind of loosely documented, but it's not really explained. So there are options that you can pass, when calling methods on form controls and form groups, basically anything extending the abstract control class. We've got only self, which will basically contain changes to that. So remember when I was showing you that validation before, when a form array kind of group was getting marked as invalid, when a control inside it got marked invalid? If you use the only self option, it will only affect that control. It won't bubble out to the parent. And then with emit event, if you do something like, let's say, set the value on a form control, when you do that, the status changes observable and the value changes observable will emit. And sometimes you might not want that to happen. And so if you change emit event to false, it will prevent those observables from emitting values, and you can get a little bit more control that way. And then finally, I know Brian is actually about to drop us some like awesome template type checking knowledge, but there are cases when you're trying to access some part of your form inside of your template and it might not recognize that it's an array or it's in a group. So for instance, if you try and call like form.favorites.control or .controls.favorites.controls, it might not realize that favorites is something with a controls prop. So you can just use a getter in your template and then return whatever form thing you need as the form type it is, and then you'll be in the clear for type checking. So that's kind of like my just like everything but the kitchen sink list of things that you might need, or kind of like weird quirks or things I've discovered when dealing with Angular form situations. I know this is a lot of information to throw at you, but I just really want to encourage you to explore the Reactive Forms API, obviously review this presentation. The slides are available at advancedangularforms.jenniferwadella.com. And just remember, you don't know what you don't know about the Reactive Forms API. There's so much available there for us to use, and we can do some really cool, really awesome things just by being aware of everything that's built in. Obviously, if you have questions, I'd love to hear from you. I think we're going to be doing a speaker panel in a little bit. You can always reach me on Twitter at @omg@sveti or in the Angular Discord. Or if you need help with Angular, feel free to shoot me an email at jennifer@batovi.com. Really excited to talk about you all and spread more forms knowledge. I hope you have a great rest of your conference. This has been a great event, and have a great day, you wonderful people.
And as we did for the other speaker, now we're gonna follow up with the panel. The panel right now, we're gonna have Nishu, where she spoke about Angular libraries with V10. So if you have questions about it, make sure you put them on Slido. We're gonna get to know a little bit more about the final sponsor, which is Key Partner. And as Jannifer just said, we definitely, this is a great time to follow up with some more question on what she spoke about Angular advanced forms. And let's welcome the panel. Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Amazing. Okay, so
can you hear me?
Let's start with the classic kind of like going around the table and tell me where you are and what time is, because I think at this time we have a different time zone. And also what company you work for and what are you doing right now with Angular?
Are we all in the same order on the screen?
Let's start with Nishu. I think you have to get closer to the microphone.
Tell me if it's better.
Here we go. Amazing.
Yeah, mic was up. All right. Yeah, so I'm based in India and the time here is 9:14 p.m. currently, which is fine for me. I mean, this is the usual work hours for me. In fact, I'm more productive at this time. So, yeah. And I'm working for a company based in London. It's called the DataWorks. My work is mostly front-end plus full-stack development. So happy to see you all.
Amazing. And Roberto, tell me more about you.
Okay, I am in Rome, actually. I am pretty comfortable. I'm pretty near to you, possibly. And so it's just about 5:45 in the afternoon, so it's pretty good to go. And I am a senior Angular developer at Key Partner because I am representing it here. And so this is the base.
Do I see a British accent?
No, actually, no. No, I'm sorry, but it's completely self-imposed because I did never lived abroad, and I was always here in Rome, but I take this strange British accent because people can't understand where I live because of that.
Well, once when I used to live in London, and there was this engineer that lived in Italy, and he had a very fake northern Italian accent, actually from Liguria, and I was like, "Wow, that's
No,
fascinating." When you travel between places, you get like a
yeah,
different accent.
no, in my
By
case,
the
it's
way,
really random.
by the way, I'm actually like 12 hours difference between myself in San Francisco and Nishu, which is fascinating.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What about you, Jannifer? I think the microphone is off.
Thank you. Muting is
Here we
going to
go.
troll me all day. Yeah, so I'm in Kansas City, Missouri, so I'm in Central Time. It is 10:46 a.m. I work for a JavaScript consulting company called Batovi.
Amazing. Let's start with some of the top voted questions. The first one is for Jannifer. We have, how important do you think is to focus on this kind of topic while tutoring someone into this technology? I think it's really interesting that you pointed the attention over the abstract class used to implement all the controls. It's the key of learning and improving skills.
I think it's like obviously training a newcomer is hard because the Angular ecosystem is so huge. So I think it's important to like make them aware of things and kind of point them in the right direction to get more valuable information, whether it's good talks or good blog posts. Because if you're to jump right in and be like, oh, let's talk about the abstract control class right now, it would be like way over their heads. So I think a good idea is just like solid form fundamentals, like understanding how pieces work together, and then encouraging them to go find resources in a good place.
That actually is a good question for the rest of the panel. Where, maybe for Roberto and Nishu, feel free to answer this one. What was like the first, when you learned for the first time forms, what was something that you find challenging, or I would say, how did you unblock yourself to kind of like learn it more about forms?
Well, actually, I started by looking at template-driven forms, and so they were pretty much, not very understandable at first. But I had the luck actually to start already with versions 2 and on of Angular, so I already had access to reactive forms. So I basically am completely not good at template-driven forms because I always focus on reactive forms. So if you give me an NG model, I'll go, wow, and now, well, how can I do validation or stuff? So I have still that because I'm always used to reactive forms and so on. So that is, I guess, a bit blocker. But hopefully I'll always get to the end of the code by just using reactives. So good with it.
What about you, Nisha?
For me, actually, it was kind of opposite to what Robert mentioned. For me, template-driven forms were very easy because, they seemed like the regular forms, just like in HTML. And it was a hard time for me to switch to reactive forms. And that's when that's what I used to find very challenging. But then over time, I started challenging myself and, looking at difficult options and more like dynamic forms and vast forms. And that's when reactive forms became quite comfortable for me.
So let's actually talk about more about the library the talk that you shared before. We have a question that says, which process related to library creation and use should be optimized, in your opinion?
Well, I think the way I mentioned where, NX comes in related to more libraries when there are like multiple libraries in a project inside one workspace, that's when you would want import processes to be really easier, wherein you don't have to deal with 3 different packet.jsons. For example, when I was working with libraries for the first time, right, the most confusing part of it for me was that there were 3 different packet.jsons, and I couldn't really understand that, which one is to be used where and what is the purpose exactly of which packet.json. So I think that can be simplified a little bit. And the other thing related to the optimization part of the question, right? So you might have seen that in the latest Angular's roadmap, we have IV coming in for publishing our libraries to NPM. So that would be very interesting to see, and I'm quite curious about that. Smaller size bundles of our libraries. So yeah.
I think that's a question for Robinko later. And
yeah,
I'm actually curious, have you for key partner and also like for Jannifer, in your company, have you seen like, I think there is always like a dilemma of like, okay, I'm building a library for solving one problem. Should I keep it private in my company to just kind of like, very quick solution and share between teams, or should I publish it outside? How do you kind of like navigate of like when is the right time to go from just a simple JavaScript utility to actually building a library for outside?
Well, I guess that part of the decision depends on the context, because, if, say, I am making a library for a specific purpose of a specific client and he asked me for it, then I think that it's not very honest to publish that. You pay me for that, and then the day after you find it free on NPM, and so everyone else has access to the same code. So I guess that would not be very correct in terms of client retention, maybe. So this is one case. The other point is that usually maybe you start by making a small library, so it's useful for one thing, but maybe it's not, in another project for the same company, we already have a solution for that. So maybe we don't have the need initially to get over to use that, basically. And so by, one thing is I start a new project and I have already some libraries available. So that changes things, because I know that I can already leverage some collections of stuff and I can already use that. So this is one thing that makes you, build on your previous works, and that means a lot, in my opinion.
Jannifer, any like best practices you will advise on how to best kind of like organize your code with libraries for inside or outside purposes? I think you're muted again.
Every damn time. Like, sorry, I've got like a lot of pets, and so I don't want them like crashing in or like taking down my lighting system or anything while other speakers are talking. But so working at Bitovi, it's a consultancy, but we have a strong open source foundation. We built a framework in the very early like SPA days called CanJS. And so it's a huge part of our culture, not only to create open source tools, but to talk and share knowledge. And so a lot of times when we're working with clients, they have sought us out because we have that expertise and they like the way that we give back to the community. That being said, we do have clients who are definitely on a more corporate level, who are more concerned about IP and things like that. So we basically just follow the lead of what makes sense based on our clients and their culture and what works for them.
That's a very fair point. I guess it goes back to the conversation with the previous panel, which is like, how you navigate some of these processes that are more about people and how you keep good relationship with clients or teammates than much about how you use the technology. But let's go back actually on one of the form question. We have one that says, for Jannifer, when you start approaching with advanced form, you find yourself into issues when you're meeting events, and then it starts a loop of event submission. Is there any suggestion you have for newcomers?
Yes. So my number one thing is if you are using event emitters or you're relying on outputs to essentially translate data to your form, if you're trying to get a value from somewhere, that is a huge code smell to me. So I would advocate that if you find yourself using event emissions to try and control the way your forms are working, do not do that. Look into some of the other methodologies I mentioned, like using the default value accessor or creating your own control value accessor implementation to bridge that gap instead of using event emitters. Because again, all the functionality is there and built in for you. And that was actually kind of my foray into really understanding the forms in depth, is when I was trying to do something like wrapping a third-party library component. The fact that I was having to use event emitters just seems super dirty to me and not a really cohesive or maintainable way to be dealing with form code. And then lo and behold, there was a better way around it. So I would heavily advise against that. If you are just completely struggling and you're like, no, that's too hard for me, I can't handle it. That's why I mentioned those options that you can use. Like, let's say you are calling set value on a form control. You can use that emit event false, and that's going to keep that emission from firing. And that means the value changes and the status changes observables, those aren't going to basically call the next function and update the value. So if you absolutely cannot deal with it, using those options with that emit event false is going to help you from getting into that loop issue that you're talking about. But try not to use events.
I'm also curious, like, what will be a good unit testing or even integration testing process to maybe catch some of this regression? Have you ever seen any good advice on this side?
I will say one of the things that I have in the control value accessor example I shared was there are tests for that. And so, like, let's say you have a component that is implementing the control value accessor interface, and it's being consumed by another component that has the parent form. Things you're going to want to test to make sure everything is acting as you've expected is you're going to want to initialize your component implementing the control value accessor inside of a parent component. And then in that parent component in your form, you want to be making sure that when you're changing something, like let's say you fire a click event or a value change event inside your component implementing the control value accessor, that the parent event, that form, that value changes observable is being triggered with the updated value. So that would be a good example of a test to make sure that that bridge is happening.
Yeah, I think like definitely testing is becoming a little bit easier recently. There is more and more tooling to kind of like, you know, maybe you should just copy and paste some of this nice testing written outside and just, you know, make sure you write test. I want to move on to learn more about Key Partner. And there is a question on how does your company approach the development of enterprise level application?
Okay, so at Key Partner, we are ethical consultancy, but both as a software lab. So we are used to build apps from scratch, as well as consult other companies to make their own apps. And so we usually are against an enterprise level of applications. And this means that we had to solve this in some way. And so up until recently, we moved to a more modular approach. So we try to get our applications to be as modular as possible. And so we introduced libraries. By using libraries, actually, this, apart from the fact that they are private or public, and so this allowed us to reuse a lot of code to make our code much more extensible, and in some cases also to being able to collaborate with other teams, with other companies, maybe in the same project, not by, you know, crushing each other's feet, because this way we are able to insulate our development by other people's developments. And so this meant that we were able to achieve a higher reliability of the application, because, you know, enterprise level applications need to cover lots of load, so we have to, you know, they cannot go down for whatever reason or something like that. So library approach is something that we used from, you know, since I guess 2 or 3 years. So we were a bit like pioneers in that point. And another thing that we recently introduced is to have a set of, you know, a collection of components which are, on the one hand, they are centralized inside the company. On the other hand, they are tailored to each project, to each specific project. So you have a collection of base pages, base components, base rules in a broad sense. And so everyone can use and should use those components, so to have you know, a much more homogeneous code base, and also an homogeneous interface and an homogeneous UI towards the client. And that is good because you can, even internally, you can make different teams develop same things, different things, but using all the same base components that are approved by our company, that are approved by our clients.
I think it's interesting to kind of like say that definitely there is like a mix and match between using module federation, the library part, monorepo. I think it's like all three different solutions that you need to find what best fits for your company.
Yeah, I guess one of the next things on which we are going to you know, investigate a bit is this micro front end things, because that is very interesting, because that is the you know, separation of teams at exponential. Yeah, you know.
Hey, you
And
should
so
you
that is
should talk,
one
you
thing.
should talk, you should talk with Manfred. I'm sure he's gonna
Yeah. I
spend like
guess
30
I
minutes
guess you
with
should be
you.
happy with that.
Let's go back 1 second to the library part. One thing that I'm curious is when you write a library, an issue,
Yeah.
what do you think is like the first 2-3 questions you should ask to yourself before you're like, why am I writing this library? What's the end goal? And I think something I want to understand from you is how can we make sure that we don't just write a library that does everything, and
Yeah,
instead kind of like making sure that is let's start with an issue first.
Yeah, I guess the most basic thing is that you should always try to be as when you write a simple component, this doesn't necessarily apply only to libraries. You should be as specific as possible. So I'm writing this library as well as writing this component for a specific purpose. So that should do just that thing and do it well. I know it's very banal, but actually it's the truth when you, especially for libraries, because you're getting to you need to have a specific thing, and it should be as small as possible, because the smaller it is, the most
Okay, Roberto,
easier
1
it is to
second.
share it.
Let me move on the question to an issue.
Oh, I'm sorry for that.
Right. No, that's fine. You gave
Turn
a
red.
heads up. Right. So as Robert mentioned, for example, you're doing a library, you would know that, this is the dedicated code that I want in a particular library. And, that's the feature that I want to see in that code. That's why one of the, features or the description of an Angular library says that a library is something that has a dedicated code for a feature. For example, you want this virtual scroll functionality in your application. You wouldn't want to create it from scratch in your application, or you wouldn't want to go for a library that has a lot of features with virtual scroll as one of those features. So just go for, you would look for exactly that option, and that's what you think of when you're creating your own library. So for example, I want to create a library for myself. I wouldn't want to think of 3-4 features and then include all of them in this one library. I would want to keep it very specific to the feature that I want to provide.
Yeah, something that I'm kind of like thinking more and more is like how a library, especially if you are trying to add more and more feature, sometime you realize that maybe for one project you need 100% of them, but for another project you need only 30%. And the question is, how can I write a library that is easily tree shakeable so that at the end of the day I'm only shipping the code that is needed for that project?
Yeah, right. So that's why that's where one of the discussions about web components also comes into picture. So for example, you just want this particular component, and you don't want the whole set of library or the whole bundle for it. That's where you decide, should I build it as a web component instead of doing a whole library for that, so that you're very specific about not having to ship the whole code of the library. And about making a library tree shakeable, right? Wherein you ensure that, okay, this project might need only 3 features of all the features that you've built, or maybe this other project might need all of those. That's where I think the idea of primary and entry points and secondary entry points comes into picture. So maybe one project needs, the whole @Angular/common package, but then there's this other project that needs only the HTTP part of it. So you have to ensure that while building your library, you're taking care of the secondary entry points to the library also, so that the user can be specific about what he's importing inside the application.
Of course. So let's move on to a final question for Jannifer. Something that I am curious from you is, we're going to see Minko later in the final panel. What's something in the roadmap you kind of like wish to see for the Angular team to bring more love inside the forms API?
I think it's the same thing everybody would say, which is reactive forms that are actually reactive. Yeah, because that's kind of a struggle. And then the other thing would be just like the ability to essentially have type checking for form controls. And I know there are some like third-party libraries out there and people who've taken good approaches to that. But I think those are the two things that would be nice. I would
Type
really like
checking.
to.
We
Yeah.
talked about type checking. The next talk is going to be what about typing, which is going to be super interesting. All right. So I want to conclude this panel, first of all, by thanking all of you, especially for different time zone and different internet connection and making the time to be available for today. Please, let's go like from Jannifer to Roberto to Nishu, one-on-one, and tell me more about where people can find you. If you have a blog or a website where people can read more about your work, and if your company is looking for writing, please share more about the where they can find you. And we'll start with Jannifer.
Awesome. So you can find me on Twitter at OMG It's Fetty. It's hard, so you can just figure it out on my website. But my website makes more sense. It's jenniferwadella.com. So I do have blog posts there. I blog on DevTool as well. So those are the best places, and definitely encourage you to check out the new Angular Discord and ask your questions or connect with speakers in there.
Amazing. Roberto?
Me personally, I'm not a very socially active person, so I don't have no Twitter account. So, but you feel free to reach me on LinkedIn because you can easily find me there. And I guess it's much more interesting to find out about KeyPartner, which I'm representing right now. And you can check out our website, which is at keypartner.com. And so you can go over there and check for us. Oh, we're both LinkedIn too.
Amazing. Nishu?
All right, yeah. So you can connect with me on Twitter at DCosta-Wilson, and you'll find the exact meaning of this kind of weird Twitter name on my website, which is unravelweb.dev. And I usually write code labs related to step-by-step guides to whatever you are trying to do. That all of that information can be found on the same website, which is again unravelweb.dev.
And by the way, for everyone that is listening, I actually discovered the issue through Twitter because I was, struggling with one problem with Angular, and I was Googling, and I found one of her video that was explaining how to solve it. And I was like, wow, she really paid by day. It was so easy to, I think that's the best part about like the internet right now. When you struggle with a problem, you can easily find someone that wrote an article or a video that can share more about it. Okay, thank you again, everyone. It's been a pleasure. And now it's time to continue for the other speakers.
Thank you.
Coming up, we have Brian Love with Angular template type checking. Enjoy.
I hope you're really enjoying the conference so far. I know Jannifer probably just taught us some really cool things about forms, and we're also looking forward to Minko's talk next. In the next 10 minutes, I want to teach you a couple of things about Angular template type checking. My name is Brian Love, and I am a Google developer expert in Angular. I also really enjoy traveling. Here's a picture of me hiking in Norway, my wife and I in Spain, and I currently live in Portland, Oregon in the States. Today we're going to be talking about 5 things. First, we need to mention Ivy. Then we're going to take a look at a research study that was performed by Microsoft. Then we're going to learn about the 3 modes for Angular template type checking. I'll break this all down with an example, and then we'll finish up with input setter coercion. If you haven't heard, Ivy is the new compilation and rendering engine that was shipped in Angular version 9. Ivy enables a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about in the next couple of minutes. So if you're not on Angular version 9 or higher or Ivy, you need to get there first and make sure that Ivy is enabled. Now let's take a look at this research study. So this was a research study done by Microsoft Research in collaboration with the University College London. And the name of the paper is called To Type or Not to Type, Quantifying Detectable Bugs in JavaScript. And what I thought was really interesting about this is what they did is they went out to GitHub and they looked at public open source repositories for JavaScript. And they analyzed closed issues. And they looked at those closed issues and said, hey, could this issue have been caught ahead of time via typing? So in other words, at build time using something like TypeScript, could that bug have been prevented? Now, of course, that was directly related to TypeScript, but I think that's also correlated to what we're talking about here with type checking in Angular templates. And what they've learned is that 15% of those closed issues could have indeed been caught ahead of time during the build pipeline. Now let's take a look at these three modes and how we enable them. First, you have basic mode, then you have full mode, and then finally you have strict mode. Basic mode is going to do the least amount of type checking in your templates. Full mode is going to do additional type checking, and then finally strict mode is going to perform the most type checking in your Angular templates. To use basic mode in your tsconfig.json file, underneath the Angular compiler options, there's a flag called full template type check. Set that to false and you're going to be in basic mode. If you want to go to full mode, simply set that value to true. Finally, if you want to go to strict mode, use the strict templates flag and set that to true. Now let's take a look at an example. In my example application, I've got some films and I'm listing or iterating over these films and listing out the film and the title and the release date. Here's the parent component. Let's take a look at the template. So I've got a child component app films and I'm binding down to the film's input property. And I'm setting that equal to my data.person.films property. I also have a films change output binding, and I'm invoking the onFilmsChange method in my components class and passing along the event object. Let's take a look at the class. In the class, I've got my magical data object that's got a person property, and person has a property called films that's an array of film objects. I also have the onFilmsChange method, and that method is accepting a film's property that is an array of film objects. Now let's take a look at the child component. Here I'm using an ng container to iterate over those films. Now there's nothing special about the ng container. I could have used a div or something like that. And I'm using that ng4 structural directive, iterating over the films and outputting the film's title along with the release date. The release date, I'm also using the date pipe in order to format it. When we take a look at the components class, here's that input that we're expecting. The input is a film's input, and it's expecting an array of film objects. I also have the output, which is film's change, and that's an event emitter that's going to emitting an array of film objects. Now let's break that down. First, let's look at the template in the parent component. Here I've got that app films component and the films binding with the films change. Let's take a look at each piece of this. First, Angular's compiler for type checking is going to take a look and see, okay, well, is data a class property? Next, it's going to say, okay, now is data an object with a person property? Further, it's going to say, is data.person an object, and does that have a films property? So far, all three modes are going to be doing type checking for us. But this is where it starts to get interesting. Here, we're going to check only in full and strict mode if the films property is actually assignable to the films input on the app films child component. So it's going to check the property type against the input type. And then further, this is where it gets also very interesting, is the $event object. Only in strict mode do we actually know the type of the event object. So if you're in basic mode or full mode, $event is just any, and so it can be anything. And so there's not going to be any sort of type checking to give us some safety there. But if I'm in strict mode, we know that $event is of type film, and so that's going to be checked for us. Now let's take a look at the child component, and let's take a look at that ng4 structural directive. What you need to know is that all of the content inside of the ng4 structural directive, but kind of between the opening and closing, that container, is called an embedded view. And basic mode does not do any type checking inside that embedded view. It's only in full and strict mode that you're going to get type checking in the embedded view. Further, in full and strict mode, we're going to check if fields is a property of the film object. And then we're also going to check if fields is an object with a title property, but that's only going to occur in strict mode. Also, we're going to check for that release date property, again, only in strict mode. Finally, and this is also where it gets kind of interesting, is we're going to actually check that release date is a string. And why this is important is because the date pipe is expecting on the argument that type to be a string. And so the Angular compiler in strict mode is going to check the type of the value that you're providing to a pipe against the type that that pipe is expecting. Finally, let's take a look at input setter coercion. In this example, I've got a button component and I've got an input called back. Let's take a look at the implementation. Here I've got app-button and I'm displaying the button in my template. But what if I want to use that back to set the app button to be a back button? So what I might do is I might put a back attribute on that button. But if we go back and take a look, what's important to note here is the type that back is expecting to be. In this instance, back is expected to be a Boolean type. However, if we take a look at this binding, this kind of shorthand binding, really what's happening is back is actually being bound to an empty string. And if you're using strict template type checking in Angular, you're going to have a problem here because you can't assign an empty string to a Boolean value. So what we need to do is we need to coerce the type and set that kind of in our component in order to instruct the compiler accordingly. Take a look down at the bottom at this new static property that I've added to the class. The static property starts with this string. It's always going to be the same, ng accept input type underscore. And that's kind of a magic string, kind of like ng on a init is like the method that Angular is looking for. The compiler is going to look at this and say, aha, okay, you want to coerce the type here. So whatever after the underscore, you put the name of the property input that you want to coerce, and then you set the typing accordingly. So in this instance, we're coercing the back input property to be either a Boolean or an empty string. At this point, you might be going, oh, this sounds great, but how do I get there? And what I want to do is I want to share with you a three-step approach that I like to use. The first thing that I do is if I'm in basic mode, I turn on full mode, I run an ng build, and then I assess the level of effort of what it's going to take to get to full mode. Then we take that assessment knowledge into our sprint planning and make a plan in order to get to full mode. We're going to do the same thing to go from full mode to strict mode. The key takeaway here is this 15% number. Imagine having 15% fewer bugs in your code, 15% fewer regressions, maybe 15% more time to do things that you love to do. I don't know what you're going to do with an extra 15%. Maybe you'll go to the beach. I don't know. But I hope you enjoy learning about Angular template type checking, and I hope that this is some valuable information for you. If you'd like, you can follow me on Twitter. I'm at Brian_Love. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the conference.
That's a good question for every panelist. I should ask next time. What are you going to do with your extra 15% of your time? Probably more coffee and cornetto. Oh, by the way, if you don't know what a cornetto is, it's just kind of like a better version of a croissant. But I'm not going to that direction because we can talk for like an hour about it. Okay, let's go back on Angular topics. And now we actually are getting very close. We're getting very close to the end. We're going to see the final talk with Minko, having the closing keynote. If you don't know Minko, he is part of the Angular team for here in the Bay Area. Actually, to be fair, I think now he's in Europe. Yeah, now these days everyone is super remote, so you kind of lost track of where people are living. And after the Minko talk, we're going to have the final closing panel with Brian and Minko in it. So again, if you want to ask them questions, make sure to go to Slido and write down the question that you want to go ahead live. Without further ado, the closing keynote. Enjoy.
Hello, everyone. My name is Minko Getchev. I'm working on Angular at Google, and today in this presentation, I would want to share with you what is the current state of Angular. So in this talk, we're going to go and cover two main topics. First of all, we're going to stop on some of the strengths of the framework and how organizationally and structurally Google helps us to support probably the most essential and unique of them, called evergreenness. At the second part of the talk, we're going to focus on what Angular has been up to, what you can be expecting from version 11, and where are we heading. So let's get started. First, I noticed that while working on this content, everything was pretty much spinning around three main core topics, and these are in fact our core values for the team. We want to develop a technology that allows developers to create applications that their users love to use. At the same time, we want to make sure that we bet on development experience, and folks have fast change refresh cycles. We want to ensure that they're having the entire toolset that they need, and on top of that, that everything integrates really well together. It's interesting to notice that sometimes what is great for developers and development experience sometimes has impact on the experience of end users. For example, makes applications slightly slower, and vice versa. Sometimes what makes applications really fast and great for the end users has implications on development experience. So it is really interesting to balance between these two. Also, a lot of folks from the team are coming from the open source community, and we really value that everyone in our community should feel welcome and their opinion should be valued. I have been part of the Angular community about 5 years before joining the team, and well, I know how important such an inclusive environment is. So our core strengths, and let us focus on the specific one of them that I mentioned already. So first, when I'm talking to developers, they're frequently mentioning that one of probably most noticeable Angular strengths is its opinionation. Angular comes with the batteries included, with the best practices from the beginning, such as statically typed language that you can use, type-checked templates. We're coming up with dependency injection, with well-integrated tooling with our style guides, and much more. This allows folks to scale. They can start in a small project and later on grow it to hundreds of thousands of lines of code. And at the same time, with the scaling of their source code, they can scale their team as well. And everyone they hire is going to be already familiar with the basic structure of an Angular application, since we are opinionated and we have a single way of doing things. This way, your project and your team are going to scale well. Another unique strength that we're probably not talking about enough is the evergreenness of the framework. This means that you can stay up to date with the latest changes that Angular introduces. And we have this concept of feature drops that we share as part of each next release, and you can take advantage of these changes just by running ng update. I'm going to talk much more about this and how are we achieving this, thanks to our organizational structure in a little bit. But clearly we also have this fantastic ecosystem. I know it because, well, I was building some of these tools before joining the team, right? I know it doesn't sound too modest, but I was really enjoying building tools for static code analysis in my spare time before, and I see all the fantastic folks in the community right now building development tooling, different state management, libraries, and components for Angular. So Angular wouldn't be what it is today without the rich ecosystem. Now let us focus on the evergreenness of Angular. We have this saying inside of Google that, well, the only constant in our organization is change. And I originally didn't understand what exactly this means until I went through several different reorganizations. I started, I believe, originally under Google Ads, and I moved to a few different organizations, and Google was doing that so that our communication can be more efficient. Our work processes could be more efficient, and we can work together in a healthier and faster, more productive environment. At a certain point, things were changing so quickly that for celebration of one of these reorganizations, I got this chocolate candy. And a couple of weeks after that, when I was already in a different organization, I found this candy that I wasn't able to eat before we kind of changed the org and moved to a new one. So, well, this can speak a lot to you about like how rapid changes are happening inside of Google and how much we value productivity and efficient communication. Angular is in general an infrastructural team. So we're building infrastructure for development of web applications. We have a couple of products, but we're not building something like, let's say, Gmail or Photos. We're building tools that developers can use to develop such products. And currently we're in such infrastructural organization. We're in the so-called core systems. Core systems is a functional structure, functional organization which incorporates most of the infrastructural teams inside of Google. Originally, we had different product-based structure where each individual product area, such let's say Google Social, Google Ads, and so on and so forth, they had their own infrastructural teams. But since then, things changed a little bit because there was duplication of the individual efforts and the infrastructural teams weren't able to collaborate closely together. Since then, now we're in core systems with a bunch of other fantastic technologies that you have probably heard of. We're in fact very closely collaborating with TensorFlow and Firebase and all other such developer productivity tools inside of the organization so that we can come up with plans for a smarter and more efficient future of the web development. Under Core, we have another sub-organization called Core Web. This is the infrastructure for development of web applications inside of Google. There we have foundations where you can find the TypeScript JavaScript team and frameworks where you can find Angular and Wiz, which are two of the most popular frameworks inside of Google. Together with Wiz, we really frequently brainstorm how we can improve the performance for end users. And we have different trade-offs of these technologies. So we're constantly trying to inspire each other so that we can grow together faster. You may notice also the TypeScript JavaScript team. You probably know that TypeScript is developed by Microsoft, but we have a single team inside of Google that owns the TypeScript compiler for all the projects in the entire company. They make sure that everyone is using the last version of TypeScript, and in fact previously the TypeScript team was part of the Angular team, since Angular introduced the language as the best practice in Google. Something interesting to notice is that as the Angular team, we're not only building Angular, but we also support all the projects using the framework. And in fact, we can notice some of this mindset. For instance, when we were shipping Ivy, to ensure that we are supporting all the existing projects out there, we built an external monorepo with the most popular, I believe, about 200 libraries that are using Angular. We want to make sure that all these libraries are functioning with Ivy, and we built a CI that was checking whether each one of these libraries works with the latest version of Angular after every push to our monorepo. So this mindset is really helpful, but let me tell you how many projects we in fact have to support. Angular has been around for about 4 years. We celebrated our birthday a few weeks ago, and I was in fact on this release party that Angular had on the 14th of September 2016. That was just a couple of weeks after I moved from Bulgaria to the Bay Area. I wasn't working on Angular back then. I was working on my startup, but I was contributing a lot to the framework. But anyway, that was about 4 years ago. Since then, inside of Google, we have over 2,600 Angular projects. And this is a significant growth since last year. On top of that, there are hundreds of thousands of TypeScript files. Really, hundreds of thousands. I kind of counted them with our internal code search. And as the Angular team, we need to make sure that all these 2,600 applications out there are functioning with the latest version of Angular. Well, this is not an easy task, and the way we're doing it is thanks to our internal monorepo. Clearly, this has a lot of implications on how are we taking care of the backward compatibility in the open source community as well, but I'm going to reach that stage. Just bear with me for a little bit. The only way we can support these 2,600 projects is thanks to the way we organize source code inside of Google. We have this monorepo where we know exactly which are the dependencies of Angular, and when we update the framework, our build system compiles all these projects in our internal CI and verifies for which of these projects the CI passes and for which one of them some tests fail. So if we break something, this means that we're going to know about it like immediately, even before we release the next version of Angular, because every time when we push code to GitHub, we're syncing this code to our internal monorepo and we are running all these hundreds of thousands of tests. This guarantees us a lot of things, but first of all, huge stability. Well, we have quite a few tests on Angular. If you look at any of our repositories on GitHub, you're going to see that we have a pretty decent test coverage. But we cannot guarantee the complete test coverage that we're getting out of these hundreds of applications that are using the framework. Some of them are a couple of hundreds of lines of code. Others, such as Google Cloud Console, are a couple of millions of lines of code. You can imagine that they're using every single piece of the framework that we have to offer. And if we break something, we are going to know about it. It is really hard to achieve such test coverage. I have been talking to some friends of mine who are working on the Linux kernel. And well, it is a common pattern there. You just push a patch to the Linux kernel, but at the same time, this may break someone's smart fridge. Why not? Because they don't have this enormous test coverage of the Linux kernel. And this is something that, in fact, the Linux Foundation has been working on. They have kernelci.org, which is trying to achieve what we already have for Angular for free. Of course, at the same time, we sometimes want to break Angular, right? We want to innovate. But if we break Angular, we need to fix all these 2,600 projects in Google. And clearly, we want to fix everyone externally using Angular. We want to migrate everyone to the latest version of the changes we introduced. We clearly want everyone to take advantage of the best and the greatest features that we introduce as part of the framework. We do that by using automation. We create small TypeScript programs that are transforming people's projects and migrating them to the latest version of Angular. You have seen this as part of ng update. And well, finally, we see a lot of innovation. We see how the individual projects are using Angular, and this is really helpful for us to define best practices and integrate them as part of our core tooling. But my guess, the biggest strength out of this is the evergreenness of Angular. We ensure that you have these feature drops, that every time when we push new features to the framework, you can take advantage of them just by running ng update, Angular CLI, Angular core. This is, in my opinion, very unique, since in most of the projects I've been working on, we usually have some fixed version of the framework and our tooling, and that's what we use for the next years. Right, well, I hope that I was able to excite you about the evergreenness and how important it is. In fact, some folks have even optimized it to such extent that it is part of their continuous integration. Every time when their CI runs, they check for new versions of Angular, and if there is one, they're automatically running ng update and opening pull request to their repository, migrating everyone to the latest version of the framework, and merging this pull request automatically if their tests are passing. So that is what evergreen means, and well, that is why I think it is so much important and a unique strength of Angular that is really hard to achieve otherwise. Now let me tell you how are we trying to make Angular successful. Our main stakeholders of the framework are clearly developers and the users of the web. As I mentioned, sometimes the requirements of developers are slightly different compared to what we need to achieve in order to make the experience of every user of the web as good as possible. And at the same time, we have quite a few stakeholders. Only the Angular language service has over 1,700,000 installs. That's a lot of installs. So you can imagine that we're getting a lot of different requirements in different forms. We're getting requirements in terms of GitHub issues, customer feature requests when talking to folks on conferences. We're running our internal and external surveys to see what people like about Angular and what we could improve. Well, we are a large framework. We have a lot of source code and a large API surface. We want to innovate and change things. So we can imagine that we have also a decent amount of technical debt as well that we need to deal with. At the same time, we have a lot of GDEs with a lot of great ideas. We do customer interviews and so much more. So we get thousands of feature requests in different forms. And the interesting thing is that the requirements of users are not really well represented all the time. Here, for example, we're getting most of our feature requests from advanced developers who are more vocal in our community. So we need to think about the folks getting started with Angular as well. What we usually do in order to prioritize all these hundreds or thousands of requests is to look at our values. We're thinking how we can implement a certain feature in a way that is going to make the users of the web happy. We're thinking about how we can develop this feature in a way that it improves the development experience. And finally, we're thinking about how we can make it in an inclusive way, where everyone would feel welcome. Clearly, sometimes we're doing better than others, and there is always clearly place for improvement, and we're working on this. But if we find an intersection between all these 3 points, this usually means that this feature is a great fit, and we can go ahead and implement it. Well, now we have been sharing, we worked very heavily on one of our projects called Ivy. We shipped it earlier this year, in February. This project has been pretty much a rewrite of the internals of the framework in terms of runtime and also compiler. Well, it was also impossible to ship this change without having this internal monorepository where we were able to verify that things work. Also, by having this external monorepo with all the external libraries where we were checking some of the only external toolset that we have been developing for engineers. In the meantime, while we were developing Ivy, which took probably about 2-3 years in order to verify that everyone can take advantage of the latest features without breaking many projects, we actually had, we collected a lot of technical debt. Our main focus was Ivy, and we weren't able to pay too much attention on other requests because we wanted to ship Ivy, make it available, and let it enable many future improvements that would be coming up and will be rolling out in the next years. So, well, what you could expect from version 11 is pretty much dealing with some of this technical debt, improving the performance of Angular, and a few more things that I'm going to share with you just in a second. We have this internal code name for an operation bylock. Bylock is an operation where we spend up to 70% of our time in triaging issues on GitHub. So far, we went through hundreds of different issues. And at the same time, we reduced the number of issues in the Angular CLI with 30%. We have fewer than 15 or even 10 issues under components, and we were able to resolve some of the most wanted feature requests and bug reports. Let me share a couple of them. So we fixed this issue around lazy loaded module in named outlet that throws an error. We're able to resolve other issues in the router as well, and some improvements in forms. At the same time, we resolved the third most highly voted feature request on GitHub, which is around using translation strings outside of Angular templates. I'm particularly excited about this one because our internationalization pipeline is very highly optimized for allowing developers to ship great experiences for their users. We have taken some trade-offs, for example, adding some extra build time in order to make sure that our internationalization pipeline produces applications with zero runtime overhead. We're inlining translation strings, and this way we're also producing smaller bundles because of fewer instructions and also better tree shaking of the translation files. You can learn much more about this effort in this fantastic blog post coming from Pete Bacon-Darwin from the Angular Framework team. In this blog post, Pete talks about some of the improvements that we did in terms of feature set and also how we reduced the build time and made it a couple of times faster thanks to the new way we are going through our internationalization pipeline. Something that I've never heard of is that people are really satisfied with their builds performance. Of course, we all know that builds have their own place in our development flow. Builds are helping with catching some frequent errors by using the build system of the language, or in this case, the template type checking that Angular provides. Builds are also great for optimizing our assets so that we can deploy them to production and be in their smallest shape possible. But at the same time, builds could be annoying. They could be taking time. So we are constantly working on making the Angular compilation pipeline faster. Some of the improvements that we did were in NGCC. So you could be expecting 2 to 4 times faster compilation with our compatibility compiler. Joost from the Angular compiler team, he kept doing different profilings so that we can figure out how we can improve the performance a little bit more, and as part of a couple of patch releases, we shipped a few additional improvements in the Angular compilation pipeline. So make sure that you're keeping up to date to take advantage of them. At the same time, we noticed that in order to improve the Angular compiler, we can actually upstream a performance improvement in the TypeScript compiler as well. So in this pull request here, Joost introduced an improvement in the performance of the TypeScript compilational pipeline that the Microsoft team is going to release probably in version 4.1 of the language. All right, so you're going to get faster builds, but what better than hot module reloading? Since with hot module reloading, you can have faster development cycles. You don't need to reload the page on each change. Instead, you can get all the changes pushed directly from your development server to the browser. Hot module reloading has been possible in Angular for a while now, but with the latest improvements that we're going to ship as part of version 11, you can now use just the HMR flag as part of the ngserve experience and, well, get this feature for free without having to configure anything. A couple of other things, which are even larger in terms of effort, but that we're going to roll out more and you're going to see benefits of in the future even more, are our Ivy language service preview. We made our language service more useful by stepping on top of the Ivy compiler, and we'll be rolling out this change in the next couple of months, slowly, incrementally. But in version 11, we'll be able to take advantage of its very early preview. At the same time, we're working closely with the Webpack team. I'm talking to Tobias from the Webpack team probably at least once every 6 months so that we can discuss how we can provide fast experience and how we can migrate developers to the latest version of the builds tool. As part of version 11, we'll be shipping a Webpack version 5 preview that is going to allow you to give a try to the latest and greatest tooling that the Webpack team created. We will be slowly rolling out some of the improvements that Webpack version 5 is introduced. For example, more efficient tree shaking, faster builds thanks to disk persistent caching, and eventually also module federation. But in version 11, you could be expecting just to have an optim preview of Webpack 5. We have been also working very closely with the ESLint community, and in particular with James Henry, who implemented a really good migration path of existing TSLint projects using TSLint for linting, to ESLint. This is a community effort entirely, so on the Angular team, we have been just providing some guidelines on how we can make this more efficient for Angular users, but the entire effort and the entire migration path has been really well defined by the community. So as part of version 11, you're going to have a path forward to migrate from the deprecated TSLint to ESLint. And as I already mentioned, we have plenty of bug fixes and improvements that we will be rolling out. So what's coming up next? What is coming up in Q4 and 2021? One of the improvements that doesn't seem huge at first, but is going to bring a lot of performance gains, is the elimination of render blocking resources. When you have an index.html file and when you're referencing styles inside of it, the browser cannot start rendering your content until it downloads all the styles preceding this content. In order to fix this issue, we have been working very closely with the Chrome team. We have our weekly syncs where we're talking about how we can make web better. So in our syncs, we discussed different strategies for removing these render blocking resources. We stopped on a strategy where we will be statically analyzing all the styles in your CSS with the content of the page, and we'll be inlining the critical CSS as part of the build process. From there on, we'll be able to take the rest of the styles and load them lazily. With some very early benchmarks, we noticed 3.7 seconds improvements in first contentful paint. So this is an improvement that I'm pretty excited about. And the cool thing is that, well, since Angular is evergreen, you'll be able to take advantage of this for all your existing projects just by running ng-update. Some other larger efforts that we have been focused on are Webpack 5 and thinking about how it can enable micro frontends. It has this concept of module federation, which could be the solution. Still, we cannot commit to a particular timeline, but this is something that we're really interested in and investigating right now. Angular DevTools is another effort that I'm going to talk about in a little bit. We also have this mindset that we should simplify the learning journey for Angular. And the easiest way to do that is by reducing the conceptual overhead. Making ng modules optional is going to enable folks to get started with Angular simpler, and this is something that we have been thinking about for a while. So this is an effort that we'll be tackling in the future. Also zoneless. This is again a project that I'm going to mention in a little bit, and we're going to dig in a little bit more details. But before that, DevTools. You probably know about the Chrome DevTools extension, Augury. It was developed by Rango.io, and it shows you your component structure. It also previews the relationship across the individual injectors for your Angular application. You can also see the relationship across different routes and so on and so forth. So because of the great domain expertise that the team at Rango has, we partnered together to develop Angular DevTools. We are still prototyping DevTools, so I cannot give you a specific timeline for its release, but I would want to share a couple of features that we're planning to introduce. Of course, we're going to have the same component explorer that would allow you to preview the state of the individual components, update it, and reflect the changes in the view. On top of that, however, we have been working on a profiling tab where you can preview the individual change detection cycles. You can see what triggered a particular change detection. You would be able to see how much time you spent in change detection and also in lifecycle hook execution, individual components, and much more. So that was it about DevTools. I hope you'd enjoy using it at least as much as I do. Now let me spend some time talking about zoneless. In 2019 on Angular Connect, Miško gave this great talk talking about how we are making Angular fast. There, Miško discussed a lot of low-level virtual machine optimizations that we're taking advantage of. He discussed the low memory footprints that Angular has, which is great for any device out there. It doesn't matter whether we're building web applications for smart TVs, for smartphones, or for powerful desktops. We have fast iteration on top of the entire component tree, and we're updating only the bindings that has actually changed. Well, although we have this really fast change detection mechanism, at the same time, we do not provide too fine-grained control over it to developers. So this time, we end up with a lot of redundant change detection cycles triggered by Zone.js. With the zoneless effort, this is one of the problems that we're planning to solve. Zoneless is still in a very early planning stage, so when we have more details, we'll make sure that we share them with you so that we can make the decisions together. Finally, I wanted us to talk more on the steps we're taking to make the Angular community even more welcoming and open. One of the main questions from folks that we have heard was that they don't know where Angular is heading. Well, we work hard to incorporate all the work that we have been tackling and all our future efforts that we're currently planning to work on in the Angular roadmap. This has been actually much harder work to do than you can probably imagine because the web is changing really fast. And at the same time, we are trying to prioritize a lot of features coming from different sources. So, well, we finally were able to do that and we shared it on Angular IO. We'll be updating the roadmap quarterly, so make sure you stay up to date by checking it out. The next effort we did was in order to build a more inclusive development process. We opened 2 pilot RFCs to discuss a couple of major efforts. We got a lot of great feedback, which helped us to shape the decision on how are we going to ship Ivy libraries, and also how are we going to eliminate render blocking resources with the Angular CLI. Well, I hope I was able to show you how we are structuring our work around our 3 core values. A couple of just small examples are around how are we helping developers to ship applications that their users love to use. For example, our internationalization pipeline is entirely focused on end user experience. We're also constantly trying to make the framework faster and ship applications in the most optimized way, collaborating with different teams inside of Google. Second of all, we're really focused on development experience. Well, we're developers ourselves, and we know what is the pain of waiting for a slow build to complete. That is why we're doing constant iterations on top of the compilation pipeline that we maintain, and we are enabling features such as hot module reloading. And finally, community. This is one of the most essential parts of the Angular ecosystem. We want to build Angular together where everyone feels welcome. Thank you very much for your time today, and thank you very much for listening to my talk. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me on Twitter at mgetchev. Thank you very much again, and until next time, happy coding.
Well, that was an amazing keynote. Always happy to see both Minko and Brian sharing some of the latest of the Angular ecosystem. Before we're going to the panel, the final one, I want to make a couple of final reminders. We're getting to the closing, and I want to make sure for everyone to remember that doesn't end today. You can stay in touch with NGRome Conf. We are trying to organize more events locally, both in San Francisco and in Rome. I lead the San Francisco meetup community, where Luciano leads the Rome community. If you need help to organize any sort of like Angular topic in Rome, in Bari, in Napoli, in any location that you need some support from us, please reach out. We're happy to help you connect with the Italian speaker, international speakers, with sponsor. So don't be shy. Feel free to reach out to us on Facebook, on Twitter, or just simply write us an email. And one last thing, it doesn't end today. We're already planning for next year conference. If you want to help us, you can join for both as an organizer or as a sponsor. And yeah, that's it. I'm just very happy on how, even in a situation that we are remote, we're finding the energy and the time, and we make each other available to come together and to kind of like share more about the web and Angular and all the technology that we love and we enjoy to work with. It's something that really fills my heart, especially because not everyone is doing it on their free time. The organizers are working for free. They were just doing for the passion of like Angular and the web. The speaker the same. They're coming to share more knowledge and to kind of like collaborate with us. And for us, it was very important to give this conference completely free for everyone, because I strongly believe that knowledge is an equalizer. And even for the next conference in 2021, we're going to open, which in person, we need some extra money for kind of like pay the venue. We're still going to offer actually free tickets for every person that just can afford it, but they still want to participate. Because again, as we're working to build websites that they need to be very well localized to make sure that are accessible from everyone, we want also our conferences and our community to be the most accessible and inclusive in the web ecosystem. But let me stop in here, otherwise I can talk forever. Let's welcome the panel, Minko and Brian. Hi.
Hey, Leo.
Well, let's start with the usual question. Where are you? Oh my God, it's crazy. Like the last time I think we saw the three of us, we were here. Brian was giving a talk here at the Angular SF meetup. And I think the best part was probably the after party.
Yeah, that was memorable.
Brian, you are one of the sweetest, nicest person I ever met. Minko's all right. I'm joking. Minko was actually the first organizer, one of the first organizers of Angular SF meetup. He did an amazing job. Then Google stole him, and it's like, and pretty much Google said, now you have to work full time on Angular. And I'm helping him to the Angular SF. But Minko, where are you right now? Oh, yeah, I think you're mute.
Of course, every time I'm muting myself twice, from my hardware button and from the UI. I'm in Bulgaria right now.
Amazing. And what about you, Brian?
I'm in Portland, Oregon.
Oof. That's a very nice place to be, actually. How is the mountains there?
Wonderful, as long as they're not on fire. We've had some pretty bad wildfires this last fall or whatever it is. But it's beautiful, great hiking. If you like the outdoors, the Pacific Northwest in the United States is just absolutely beautiful.
That actually comes with the first question. With your 15% of extra time, both Minko and Brian, what are you gonna do? If now typing is gonna solve all your life, what are you gonna do with the extra time?
I'll let Minko go first.
Okay, I will start a PhD in math.
I was thinking you were going to do another static, analyzing tool because, why not? For me, I don't know. I'd probably just go mountain biking or hiking more, just really enjoy my free time.
Right now, my free time, and I'm actually trying to just meet more of my friends. I feel like with this remote first, I'm a little bit too much at home. I need to kind of like, of course, socially distancing with mask, but trying to reconnect with friends. And by the way, Minko, when are you coming back to San Francisco?
I don't know yet. So at the end of the year, I'll be flying back to San Francisco for sure. But after that, I'm considering to spend some time in Hawaii for a few months or come back here.
Nice.
We have no idea what I'm going to do like 3 months from now.
You can have 2 meetings with Jules.
Yeah, I haven't picked an island yet, but the only thing for sure, I guess, is that I'll be working on Angular. That's what I know.
So let's talk about the more Angular. I love dev tools. I think like tooling is essential to kind of like improve like developer experience, and also connecting dots, as you said. Make sure that developer experience reflects to better user experience. Can you tell me more about the new dev tools that the Angular team is building? And you said something about like you can measure the change detection. What about instead things like even like memory of like how much can we get inside of the understanding of the framework on how it behaves?
Yeah, so DevTools provide some high-level utilities, some high-level tools that can understand you, can help you understand your change detection cycles primarily, and how many times you trigger change detection, how much time you spend in individual components. We haven't focused on memory too much. We'll be working separately on guides for Chrome DevTools, how you can debug your Angular application with DevTools and understand where exactly are you leaking memory or where your runtime performance suffers, stuff like that. But DevTools are just Angular specific without going too much into details in the JavaScript runtime.
That's amazing. I think that we always need some more dev tools. Going more to typing. So we got some question for Brian. From your presentation, it looks like there is no reason to be in a basic or full mode. It looks like those are subsequent steps to the setup of a strict mode. There are any cases where we could prefer the basic to the full mode?
Yeah, the answer to that really is perhaps more of a business decision than it is a technical decision. I think technically, we would all agree that being in strict mode is the best for your application. If you can start that way, fantastic. So if you can do ng new project and then go right into strict mode with that strict flag, you'll be set up right from the get-go to be in strict mode, which is perfect. And that's where technically you want to be, and that is the best choice for you as an engineer. Of course, we don't develop in isolation, right? We're all developing applications most of the time for line of businesses or for enterprises or organizations. And organizations have constraints on them. And that constraint might be things like velocity of development, might be you have an older application that you've been maintaining in Angular, and you didn't do a great job with some of your templates. And so going from basic to full to strict might come with a cost. And so that's where you need to evaluate the benefit versus the cost. And that's only an answer that you as a team leader in conjunction with your organization can kind of determine what the priority is and how to get there.
I completely agree. It's definitely, as we're trying to have a clear communication on the open source, we have to start also have a clear communication between our teammates and what kind of rules we want to imply with the process. I'm curious, actually people are upvoting very quickly for Brian. I have a question for you. What about your wonderful microphone?
What about my microphone? It's funny. I did a talk at NGConf this last year because we were virtual, and you'd put all this effort into your slides and your tech, and people are like, "What's that microphone you got there? I really like that." I was like, "Okay, cool." It's a Rode RODE podcaster, so it's a pretty medium to high level mic. I've used it for recording courses for Thinkster and things like that. So.
Yeah, I saw the recording setup of Minko. It's like, it's very good. It's like being in the movie. Anyway, maybe you can share some picture on Twitter about this setup. It's a really good one. Minko, we're curious more about, so you shared about what is coming up next with version 11 and this kind of like opt-in mode for Webpack v5, but more on a personal level, what's your kind of like you think is going to be the evolution of module federation and the micro front end?
So Webpack 5 is definitely going to enable this. we don't have specific plans yet, but we know that module federation is one of the very highly requested features, especially from enterprises. So this is something that we're exploring. Also, there are quite a few folks from community. There is Manfred, clearly, who is doing a lot of work in this direction, and he already created a builder for the Angular CLI that allows you to take advantage of module federation. So we just haven't discussed yet whether this should be a first-party or a third-party solution where we'll be working closely with community on delivering this.
So let's actually, I'm very curious about what's your thoughts on, like, as you said, Angular as a team has a tons of requests from the community. What do you think is a good process to define, okay, this can be first party, can be something we should integrate in the CLI in our tooling, and this is something maybe we should just leave the freedom to the community to express in the way they prefer?
It's not a really easy question, actually, because it's a very blurry line. Generally, ideally, I guess we should empower the community with APIs and enable everyone to build features on top of the CLI and the framework. At the same point, we want to be opinionated about some features because that's one of the Angular strengths, and we want to have a single way of doing things. So based on, again, looking at our values, as I mentioned in the talk, we need to pick where the boundary is, and it is very often very different depending on the feature that we were looking at.
Yeah,
so no
definitely...
answer.
Hey man, it's like a politician. I ask questions, then you decide to answer or not.
At least he answered the question.
So actually, Brian, what do you think? I think this is not much, it's still a question for Angular, but I think in general a question for even for libraries, even for when you're trying to open source stuff. How someone that contributes open source can decide, okay, I wanted to keep this in the tooling I'm building, or maybe I should just share the primitives and let the developers do the rest?
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that, when it comes to library development, that's something that as an organization, you got to determine kind of what the best practice is for you. I mean, I've done some library development, but I'm certainly not the expert in that kind of area. And maybe Minko could answer this question better than myself. But I've done a lot of large applications for enterprises that have multiple teams. And we like to take advantage of something like NX, where we create libs, and then we can share those libs all within a monorepo between the applications. And that tends to be a little bit faster in terms of development compared to doing something like publishing out to a repository, NPM or Artifactory or something like that, where you've got this longer development cycle. And you also get a little bit more transparency and clarity into that shared code base in the libraries. So I don't know if that directly answers your question, and maybe Minko can kind of add a little bit more to this with his knowledge.
Yeah, I can add a little bit. Usually so there is one principle that I'm following very often. I'm trying to find the lowest common denominator, the lowest common ancestor in the tree, whether it is directory tree or component tree. So if I see that certain library is used across two different projects, I'm trying to put it on the same level so that it can be very easy to reuse. If it is something that the entire organization uses, depending on the code organization, whether we're using a monorepo or multi-repo, I can either publish it somewhere or keep it pretty much as a top-level project in the monorepo. Still depends on the organizational structure, but generally keeping it on a high level enough so that it is visible by everyone who is interested makes sense.
Do you think, Minko, that having over 2,000 projects in Google, it kind of helps to define features that maybe should be integrated inside the main Angular? I mean, it's very similar to what you just said. If over 1,000 projects inside Google use this external library, maybe there is a good reason to integrate it in Angular. I'm just saying that could be at least one input to get.
Yeah, it could be one of the inputs. Also, we're getting actually many more requests externally, I would say, and externally, often they really well intersect though. For example, observables as inputs, that's super frequent requests that we're getting from everyone. and it's one of the toughest to like wrap our heads around just to think how we can approach and move forward. Yeah, that's definitely one of the data points, seeing how people are using Angular inside of their code bases. That was one of the strengths of the monorepo that discussed.
So going back to type checking, we have a question about, can I take advantage of template type checking in version of Angular prior to version 9? How does the compiler type check my templates? And also, why would I not enable strict mode? I think the last one was already kind of answered, but yeah, feel free to reiterate.
Yeah, so the two modes, the full mode and strict mode, were introduced in Angular version 9 with Ivy. So you've got to be on version 9 or higher, and you need to have Ivy enabled in order to take advantage of those. You still have template type checking in lower versions of Angular, but it just doesn't go as in depth, right? It's not looking at embedded views, and it's not checking some of the additional properties. And $event is still just an any. And so you need to be on Angular version 9 or higher. And I think, one of the things that Miko talked about in his keynote is this idea of evergreen, right? And so there's a lot of great tooling. There's a lot of good resources out there. So if you're on Angular version 8, there's some great pathways for you to get to 9 and to 10 and then into future releases using things like ng update. So certainly staying up to date is your best bet with Angular, I think. In terms of the second question, I'll try to briefly answer it, but I'm not going to do it justice. So I'm actually going to refer you to another talk by Alex Rickabaugh that he gave at NGConf 2019. So it's online and available. And he actually went in depth into how the new template type checking works with Ivy and how they use TypeScript along with the template to analyze your template and to turn everything into types and kind of go through and to check all of that. And then to further take that and to make some really great output into the CLI so you know exactly where the error is in your template. So go check out Alex's talk. He did a really good job. I think he kind of dives in about 20 minutes and really takes you through the steps that the compiler does in order to actually do template type checking.
Amazing. I want to change gear and go a little bit more about web performance. If you know a little bit about me, sometimes I talk too much about web performance. But Minko and I, we actually met for the first time on a meetup here in San Francisco. I think it was an Angular meetup way back in 2013. And I think his first talk that I watched him doing was about Immutable.js, if I remember right. And so Minko definitely is very passionate about performance as well. So one of your colleagues from the Chrome team, they are introducing more and more the concept of web vitals as a way to measure through three metrics: largest contentful paint, first input delay, community layout shift, a basic understanding of how can you pinpoint performance with user experience and eventually business value. How Angular will interconnect with some of the work that the Chrome team is doing, and what do you think are good steps that Angular as a team and its community should take?
Yeah. By the way, you talked about bench press. You talked about performance profiling.
Oh, did I got it referred to.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, we have weekly syncs with Chrome on every Thursday. And this is an ongoing process for us to make sure that, and for them as well, to make sure that web frameworks are aligned with Web Vitals and that we are following best practices so that we can deliver great user experiences. I can share with you some of the upcoming soon features that we have been collaborating on. For example, we are focused on improving the first contentful paint right now. Specifically by extracting, this is something I think I mentioned also in the talk, we are focused on extracting critical CSS and inlining it in the user's index HTML so that we can lazy load everything else, so that we don't serve blocking CSS. And this way to speed up the initial load time and first contentful paint. As part of version 11, we'll be shipping similar feature but for fonts. So we'll be inlining fonts up to certain size so that they don't block the initial page rendering. These are all efforts around performance. We have been collaborating also around the implementation of a couple of metrics, largest contentful paint in particular, around server-side rendering, So it's an ongoing process. This is something that we discuss pretty much every other week.
Yeah, something I kind of like care about, especially is a first input delay, where the whole point of first input delay is making sure that the JavaScript logic is less than 50 milliseconds, which it's challenging. It's really challenging. I think the hardest challenge in time is not much the framework, but how the framework interconnects with the libraries. And that's, I think, is something that it's a big challenge for frameworks.
Yeah, we have been discussing also some med science projects where we will be able to deliver only the minimum amount of JavaScript for the user to interact with certain components. These are all projects that we have discussed or thought about, but there is nothing specific, concrete that we will be introducing anytime soon. This will show up definitely in the roadmap before.
Actually, you make me think about an interesting point, which is, I think more and more as we're trying to grow our audience, and we're trying to ship for, chip phones and Moto G4. Can we, or we will eventually able to actually very easily bundle the code based on different targets? I know that we can kind of do it based on some browser targets, but what about if we want to go even further, like have a separation between high-end device and low-end device? I know that it's doable, but sometimes it's just challenging to plan it in the CI and in the bundling system. How can we make it simpler?
It's something like adaptive loading. I think Adi Osmani talked about this some time back. It's also a lot of effort at the same time. You need to have two separate implementation or more for different devices. I don't think there is a straightforward path yet that we can follow. There are some utilities for different frameworks that you can take advantage of, but there is no, well, maybe around images there are some straightforward solutions, but generally in the general case, it's a lot of work.
It is. I think it's the community still has a lot to do in general, the web community, to how can we make it simpler. I think we just touched the surface right now to acknowledging that we should build products that are more inclusive. So moving on, there are still more questions about what beach Brian wants to go. Do you want to answer that very briefly?
Yeah, sure. If I could go to a beach right now, I would choose Eagle Beach in Aruba. Now, I've been there. Now, I mean, Miko's going to move to Hawaii, and maybe, he's going to ping me in 2 months and be like, dude, you're wrong, But I can tell you that it's a very nice place. So that's where I would go. And the benefit of Aruba, real quick, is it's outside of the hurricane belt. So you can actually go there and because it's only 60 miles north of South America. Wow. So, yeah.
So I have actually a question on more about. We learn a lot from who you are through the talks, through the articles, but I want to go to a little bit on a daily basis. This is for both Brian and Minko. How did you spend the last 2 weeks? What work you did? What kind of challenge you were facing on a technical side in the last 2 weeks that you want to share a little bit more about it?
Do you want to go first, Minko, or would you like me to go?
Sure, yeah. Sure. I've been actually doing a lot of workouts and a lot of karate over the past 2 weeks. On top of that,
that's what he spent his 15% with.
I've been playing a lot with TensorFlow.js and Angular, so just building a demo where you can control a web app with your hands, with gestures. I'm going to share this soon. That's what I did over the past 2 weeks.
Nice. What about you, Brian?
I have my own consulting company, so I've been helping a client with some high-level architecture, and I've been working with them part-time. And then some of the other time, the last 2 weeks, I'm building what might be hopefully a platform to share best practices and expert advice. So kind of think about Stack Overflow, where in Stack Overflow, you ask questions and then you hope to get answers. This is kind of an inverse relationship of that. So where you could go and actually share think about like on Twitter, people post like, oh, this is a really great, snippet of knowledge. So it's kind of this idea of sharing best practices and expert advice. So I've started it, but definitely got some ways to go. So it's called lookout.dev.
That's a very catchy name. I like it.
Yeah.
Minko, there is more question about Universal. I know the Universal as a project, it went to some up and down, depending on different generation and phases of Angular. Where are we now? Where are we on the kind of support we can give to the community on making Angular Universal better and stronger?
Actually, Universal has been mostly community-owned project since the beginning. Do you have any particular feature requests for Universal?
I think there is a lot of conversation between how I think right now there is definitely the difference between server-side rendering or pre-rendering. I think it's how can we optimize between the two would be very interesting to see.
There are maybe some manual steps that people need to take right now. So, for example, we introduced this Wagner from the team introduced pre-rendering recently, which happened about a year ago. Maybe time passes in a really interesting pace right now. So basically, we're pre-rendering all the routes there, which don't have any parameters. And potentially something which could be improved is to, I guess, develop the deployment story maybe, so that people can get pre-rendered pages for the route which makes sense, and everything else could be server-side rendered, and this can happen transparently. I guess there is place for improvement there. If anyone has ideas for this, I'd love to collaborate.
The deployment strategy is pretty good with Firebase, isn't there like an ng deploy to Firebase, and it'll wrap up and create the whole function for you and ship it up as like a cloud function or whatever it is that Firebase uses?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we worked with the Firebase team so that you can type ng at Angular Fire and right after that ng deploy, and this goes to Firebase function and Firebase hosting for the static assets.
Mm-hmm.
There are still some micro-optimizations that you can implement.
Yeah, Firebase is getting better and better. I think, we use Firebase for the NGRome, the website.
Oh, nice.
Let's move on to actually one final question, which I'm going to give the freedom to Minko can ask the final question to Brian, and Brian can ask the final question to Minko.
Okay. Let me think about this. I mean, I could ask a stupid question like, "What version are we going to get DevTools?" But I know the answer already to that. It's going to be you're going to get DevTools when they're ready. I would say, I really love, first of all, the transparency that we're seeing from the Angular team in terms of the roadmap. I think that was a huge step. Like as a community member, the roadmap was a wonderful thing. And I think you mentioned it in your talk, but maybe you can kind of remind us, I assume it's going to be a living document. What's going to be the process around kind of input into the roadmap? And then when can we expect to kind of see changes to the roadmap as things evolve over the next couple of versions?
It's but we'll be updating the roadmap quarterly, pretty much every quarter, because generally we can automatically generate it from a document that we have internally, but we want to add some extra information for the individual project so that it's more clear what these projects are all about. Sometimes we have very kind of short names like zoneless, and this doesn't give much context. And we'll be also working on these descriptions with a group from community. So we'll be getting community support on the but on the curating this, the roadmap that we'll be sharing. I had a question on Angular San Francisco, but this doesn't depend too much.
You have a question for me?
That was it. When are we going to meet next?
in person?
Look, I think it's going to be interesting. I mean, as the Angular meetup is going to be, as in general meetups are going to be a challenge to meet in person, I wonder what could be an opportunity to do something outdoors. Maybe do something even in a park. Like you can ask permission to do, even in San Francisco, to use the park for like 30 or 40 people. Doesn't need to be like a full concert, like even like a small gathering. And maybe that could work. We can, instead of like doing meetups at night, you do like kind of like a small gathering or meetup on a Saturday morning, on a Sunday morning. I don't know. I think that gives opportunity to experiment, to still connect with the local community, but do it in a safe way.
Yeah, this sounds like a good plan.
It does sound like a good plan. If you could figure out how to get like a screen set up and everything, and right, or maybe you don't even need a screen. Everybody's got iPhones or whatever phone, and you just have the slides that just go to a certain URL, and there's the slides. And
that's a genius idea.
I don't know. Do you get a speaker, or maybe just everybody has like headphones and you just stream it, and you're all like sitting in a park, but you're all watching YouTube? I don't know. Seems
like
weird, but like a silent disco. Yeah.
All right, Nico, your final question to Brian, and then we can close out.
Yeah, my question is going to be about strict mode. Which features in strict mode do you find most valuable in your development process?
I think for me in strict mode, the thing that I find most valuable is like the event object being typed. So if you're passing along $event to a method in your class, and your types aren't lined up, or you made a mistake or something, immediately in strict mode you can discover that right in your compiler at build time, before you go to your browser and you see, some property doesn't exist on this object because you passed it the wrong object. So I think having the event object typed has been, for me, one of the biggest kind of benefits of using strict mode.
Well, thank you, Minko. Thank you, Brian, for joining us. It's been really fun to have a chance to talk again with both of you. Where can everyone find you? Tell me very quickly your Twitter account, if you have a personal blog, and if your team or company is hiring, feel free to share it as well.
Sure. I guess I'll go first. So I'm on Twitter. My handle is Brian_Love. So you can follow me there. And I have my own consulting company, liveloveapp.com, where we do architectural reviews for companies and provide guidance. So if you're looking for any help, check out my website. And I also blog personally on my personal blog is brianflove.com.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter at mgechev. MGECHEV, and mgechev.com. That's where
Amazing.
I live once in a while.
And is Google hiring?
I don't think it's anyone, like many people are hiring right now. Many companies are hiring right now.
Fair enough.
I think Google is always hiring. They never stop.
Career.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure, and I'll see you soon.
Ciao.
Bye-bye.
Ciao. All right. You made it. You arrived to the end of the conference. It's been 5 or maybe 6 hours. We lost tracking. It's been incredible. Thank you, everyone. And before conclude, I want to share a quick image with all the organizers. If the Regia can show the image, thank you. So I want to thank each one of the organizers. First of all, Luciano. Luciano is the co-lead of NGRome. He also is the main leader for the Rome community. If you're in Rome, please make sure to reach out to him. He's an incredible person, and he's been kind of like the co-creator of this conference from the beginning. Then we have Marco. Marco is our go-to solution. If there is a problem to solve, Marco can always solve it. And then we have Cesare. Cesare actually joined us at the last minute last year in the conference in Rome, and he's been helping us across all 2020 for the email. So if you're receiving an email, that's Cesare behind it. Ermanno, as I said, is the MVP. He was able to set up all this online solution, which it's not be easy, especially because we did all with our on our free time, on the weekends, on some nights. So thank you, Ermanno, for doing that. Elliot is a new, thank you, Elliot, also, is a new co-organizer helping us for the design. Rahul, he was the person leading us for Slido and some of the organization for the question. Innocenzo also was able to helping us to handle how we use our vendors and kind of like make sure that it brings a lot of knowledge from other conferences he organized in the past. So it's very good to see how, if you are an organizer from other conference, we're always welcome new organizer to helping us to, leveling up. And Ryan has been helping us a lot for the website and building NGRome.io. And on my final words, you can still contact us on NGRome Conf, on NGRome Conf on Twitter. You can contact us pretty much everywhere, Facebook, through email, in person. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for taking the time to spend this Italian afternoon or this early morning in the West Coast on a late night event if you're listening to us from Asia. Thank you for just making the time. If you're looking to collaborate, we're always here ready to collaborate more with the local community. And that's it. It's been an amazing adventure bringing to you this online edition, and we're looking forward to bring the next one in person, probably between September or October in 2021. And thank you. Have a wonderful, wonderful week. Stama buena.